Okay. You want to do that now?
Yeah, I can just hit that up and.
Oh, come up with a subject, and we can do that. You want to pre-record something you can upload, right?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, all this nice introduction is lost then, but
No, but I mean, you've been on live streams before, right?
yeah, I
So
have
you know
a
how
little bit.
you know that everyone has already met each other in the green room before when they go live. It's like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm doing fine. Yeah,
No, I
everyone
just
always.
always instantly jumped in, or was drawn in.
All right,
No
but mostly
preparations.
when there's a stream, people have already been sitting there for like 10 minutes, and they've already said hi, and then when the stream starts, they still have to go like, "Hey, how you doing? Yeah,
Oh,
everything's great."
oh, so that's how that works. Interesting.
You didn't
I've
know
had
that?
no. I always miss that part of it. Um,
Oh, okay.
I've had more vetting for political events than for live streams.
Okay. No, that's the way it is. I mean, you can't just expect everyone to show up exactly at 9 o'clock or whatever.
Yeah, of
They
course.
have to show up at 8:50 so you could sit there and like, oh, okay, here you are and there you are,
Yeah,
and is everyone ready now? Is there anything you want to make sure we don't talk about on stream?
yeah,
No? Okay, good. You know.
like proper adults. Another
Yeah.
reason this would have never even worked in the pirate party. I mean, we missed the pirate party missed the internet. That's joke number one. Joke number two: no one there was ever on time.
Right. Do you know anything about German cars?
Since I know very little about cars, um, I only can give you the. I think the rough rundown is Volkswagen controls northern Germany, and if it ever dies, so does northern Germany. Then northern Germany will be Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And
All
one
right,
joke
Volkswagen.
about BMW is that the initials stand for Bring mich Werkstatt, which means bring me to the workshop.
That makes sense. I had a BMW. It fucking sucked. I think the BMW I had was the worst car I ever had. But recently, I've fell in love with Mercedes, and I don't know if I should buy a Mercedes.
I'm sorry, I can't advise you on that.
Right.
I'm
So
really sorry.
there's no like German, like in German knowledge. Like, no, you should never buy Mercedes. They suck or something.
That's the only thing I know about BMW.
Yeah, but
It just
BMW
dries
apparently.
up your
But
wallet.
I know that too because I've only had one BMW and it sucked balls. Oh my god, that car sucked.
I think there was some range of Volkswagen cars from some decade that were reliable to this day. But don't ask me. I don't know.
Right,
I don't know. I'm
right.
sorry. I know that
Well,
our postal service is building and researching and building their own electric motors. I think since before Tesla,
okay.
because no one wanted to do it, and they had the opportunity to buy a factory, did it. Then they had that factory, and they still wanted the
Okay.
electric motors because um, the post service cars they mainly just run within towns, and
Right.
so they hired they hired their own teams of researchers, and then they built their own fleet of electric cars. But that
And
doesn't
you
help
didn't.
you.
Yeah, that didn't even involve Mercedes or BMW or anything.
No, they did ask the big car manufacturers, and they said, "Oh, we're not interested. Electric motors are bullshit. Go away." Until
Go
Elon
away
Musk
now.
came to the table and said, but I want this to
Hmm.
work."
Yeah. You don't want to go against Elon. When he says something's going to work, you better fucking pay attention.
I need to get this brain to work. Somehow impress that guy to give me a job in some corner office.
All right.
That's probably the best way for me to get any standing in life at this point.
Well, if you can fucking impress Elon, then you're pretty much set.
Well, what still seems so my pattern recognition still seems to work. The other mental faculties are all down the drain, especially the working memory. That sucks. But
Yeah.
but this brain still can shit out ideas, and it took me a lifetime to understand that that is not a normal thing. That only very few
Okay.
people ever have ideas in the first place.
I guess that's true.
And
Never
of the
really
people
thought
who have
about it.
ideas, most are shit.
That's probably true.
Pareto principle. Again.
Yeah. So are you gonna go live or what's going on?
I can't go live. I should have told you. When I asked you, can I record this? I hit the record button in OBS.
All right.
Is that if that's okay
So
with you?
we are live. Well, I just want to know.
Technically, yes.
Yes. All right. So we're live in the future.
Yes, and I
At some point we're live.
yeah, and I still have my Wisp GIF that I ripped from Warcraft 3 running. Because I don't feel comfortable yet with this horrible room I have here, as you can see.
I don't know. I think there's like some Star Trek things behind you there, right?
There are no Star Trek things behind me, sadly.
Really? What is that?
No,
thing?
no. I have the Starship Troopers book behind me. It's the yellow one my thumb is pointing at.
Right, but I'm
That's the
thinking
closest
more
thing.
higher,
What?
higher,
Higher.
higher. Yeah.
Where
Higher,
to?
yeah, and then left. Left. No, that's your other left.
Oh, I have it. Oh,
My-
I have it. I have it
left.
mirrored here. I have it mirrored here.
Yeah,
somewhere.
I get it. There you go. What's that? That looks kind of like a Star Trek box to me, but
No, those are tea boxes with a yin yang symbol on it.
oh,
I can see why you mistook this one as a Starfleet symbol with the low resolution.
right. Because I have like those DVD boxes that I bought like 10 years ago or something. That they're silver and they kind of look like that. So I thought maybe that's the German version or something. Because they're all silver and they have the Starfleet Delta signal on it, and yeah, looks very similar.
Yeah.
It's full of DVDs.
Nice. I need more shelves, as you can see. I'm running. I'm over capacity with books, and this is not. This is half of it.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm also not comfortable, I guess, because, as always with you, it's a surprise call.
Yeah.
And I would rather, before I punish people with my visage, I would at least like to wash my hair first.
You can lip sync
You know-
yourself later.
Oh God, no! What the hell? I'm not Doomcock.
Yeah, that's
Um,
up to you if you want to do that.
Yeah, but you know, a little bit of this female vanity. It's kind of it should be there.
Of course. But you know, if you don't want to be live on, I mean, if you don't want to show your face, I totally understand that. Hello, it's me.
Yeah, you don't have a face. That's a different story.
Yeah, okay, let's go with that.
No, I'm just happy. I just whether I upload this or not, we'll see. But the important thing is, I have you on before Rose does. I can't I can't let that
What is this,
opportunity
like,
slip.
what is this, like, tranny competition kind of thing?
No, no, it's just silly fun. And we've talked so much, and then you're on the show of another tranny just because she has one and I don't.
Oh my god!
Just because she had voice work done. It's unfair. I need to.
Voice work? I don't know her voice work. She's just cool on Twitter. That's all I know.
Yeah, that I've noticed. I mean, I'm behind on her content. I only know her from the 2 interviews she gave, and ever since then, she's on my to-watch list, behind all the other stuff. And
Okay.
the horrible thing about YouTube and other content sites is people just keep making more.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Can't I take a break?
Well, YouTube won't let you do that. Then you're fucked.
And you want me to make stuff on top of that? Who's supposed to watch that? Nobody has time.
Well, I mean, do you want to have a channel or not?
Well, I did think for, what is it now? 5-6 years?
Mm-hmm.
And I told you why I didn't. The health shit. First I wanted to get through the health shit. Then I wanted to get far enough in the transition to be fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, that took way too long than it should have, because the German healthcare system can be really shit depending on where you live. Oh, and then 2017, when I finally got my hormones, and holy shit, is that some magic stuff? And sorry, burp. and because I'm filling up on caffeine here. Yeah, and then 6 months regeneration. The dysphoria was gone after, I'd say, 2 to 4 weeks. It was down by 80%. And I'd say this is this 80-20 rule as well.
I don't know what that is.
80% of the work is done in 20% of the time, and the other 20% take 80% of the time.
Ah.
That kind of like touching up the details. That usually takes the most of the time when you do quality work. And
Right.
I'd say it happened the same with that. Yeah.
So are you and Rose friends, or
No, we
hang out? Or?
We haven't talked before. I wanted to watch some of her content and then eventually maybe try to get into contact, because I need some contact with some sane trannies.
Right.
And luckily, it was just last week. I still have to ask where for some directions. I've heard that in Germany finally there's something happening, that people are starting to speak up against the trans shit. And when I hear that from someone who thinks herself still a feminist, she's actually a women's rights activist, but she didn't know the difference either.
Okay.
So because she's women's rights and equality, the nice things, what's on the advertisement poster. Sure. Which feminism claims to be for but isn't. And she told me, there's some movement, but there's some more people are speaking up against the trans shit that's happening, the ideology crap that is not our medical condition, that is even counter our medical condition. But I only see her again next week, so I'll ask her about that, if she can give me some directions. Yeah, because this is what pisses me off so much. Because of this shit that happened in 2017, 6 months after I started on the hormones and felt better like never before in my life, I just had to regenerate. I was so tired. The first 2 months when all the stress was gone, the stress of a lifetime. I slept for 16 hours a day. And by the second month, I was down to 12 hours a day, but it slowly got better. It wasn't a depression.
Right.
It wasn't a depression. The end of the dysphoria, that was a lot of depressive symptoms. Really hard. I was at the brink of it. But that wasn't depression. That was regeneration. I've never slept that well. And I felt energized after that, but, well, still tired and exhausted. But good.
Right.
6 months later, this big trauma shit happens. And ever since then, I'm not getting any help in any way, no matter how hard I try. And
Well, you probably should try to reach out.
Yeah, but what I mean to say is, with this needlessly long monologue, is I wanted to make content because someone needs to. Someone needs to speak up about this shit. I have some political experience, in meaning I know how to take flag.
That's good.
And my God, we had such vile people in that party. You wouldn't believe it. But well, now it's all over the news in every country, so you probably do believe it.
Yeah, of course.
Thing is, I to this day feel, is it remorse, guilt? The word I'm missing. That for all these years I was not a voice in all of this, because that means someone else has to.
Mm-hmm.
And people with this condition, the most prized thing that we can have is for society to not notice us, to not know our condition. That's only important to our significant others, especially to one, and of course the doctors. Otherwise, nobody needs to know. And if we pass, nobody does. And that's awesome. But
isn't that weird, though? With all these people demanding to be recognized as the first trans lady and all that. And like, I'm the first trans lady in Georgia Congress or something.
That's because
how do you feel about that?
They're narcissists. They have narcissistic personality disorder in most cases. Many of them do not have gender dysphoria at all. It's a mixture of Munchausen syndrome and hypochondria, in my experience. I've met a lot of these people, and they are not mentally well. Of course, you can say, well, if you have gender dysphoria, you're not mentally well from the get-go. All right.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a different thing. It's a completely different thing from emotional immaturity that is that results in narcissism, or that is the result, or when it comes from borderline.
Let's put that aside for a second and just analyze. What do you think about all these newspapers and everything just putting that as their headline news all the time, like the first transgender woman in Georgia's Congress, and the first transgender woman in British Parliament, and like, is it good that they're like dead named all the time, like that?
I have several thoughts at the same time right now, and I need to put that into. I need to sort through that, because it's the shortest is I think it's despicable, it's unnecessary, it's petty. And
I always, like you said before, I always thought that these people just wanted to pass. Like, they wanted to be like, I want to transition on into the other gender, and then I want to be left alone. But it's always like the first. It's just the first. All the time.
I'm sorry, it's not an achievement, because, well, the first. Do we also celebrate the first person with hypothyroidism in Congress? The first person with an amputated leg in Congress, or with who lost an eye. Hello, Mr. Crenshaw.
We never would have, but nowadays I don't even know. If they could find something like that, they probably would.
Yeah, it's just
Jesus
Christ. It's a hunt for irrelevant headlines. That is one.
It's a run to the bottom.
Well, it's newspapers want to have to. They need a headline every day, at least one.
Yeah.
There you have one. You have something. Okay, we have something for today. We don't need to worry about today. We can worry about what we report on tomorrow. And so that is one problem. The other one is it's petty virtue signaling. It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
It is irrelevant. The problem with this whole first trans in the position of power, bullshit. There have been other people with gender dysphoria in positions of power, but they probably never told anyone.
I always thought that was the point.
Yeah. I mean, also people who didn't transition, they never told anyone. That is what I mean. Because you can get through life with this condition. You'll just feel like shit all the time.
Right, but either way, I just figured like the ultimate goal must be to just be what you want to be and not be having to be recognized as some sort of fake all the time, right?
I'd rather phrase it as just be who you are. Just be.
Right.
Not not put on an act. The joke is that I put an act on all my life, pretending to be a guy, playing the guy game, and I
Right.
could do it somewhat, but it was very strenuous and it felt absolutely unnatural. The
Of
moment I
course.
let go, which was a couple of years, sadly, before I got the hormone treatment and tried to pass, and I just let go of all the tension, of all the trying to hide any possible mannerism that might give me away. And bloody hell, I had way more than I thought I had. Because people weren't surprised when I told them, "Oh, by the way, I'm trying this thing here. I'm not trying this thing, but so when I sat people down, each took 3 to 6 hours of talking, answering questions, all I knew about the topic back then,
Right.
and nobody was surprised. I did this with a dozen people in my circle of acquaintances and friends,
Mm-hmm.
and not one was surprised. It felt,
But that's
to some,
good.
it even
That's
felt
good, right?
logical. And they told me about
That's good. That's
other
good.
things. Yes. Well, it is also quite baffling, if from my position. Like, I tried to hide this all my life, and now you tell me it's obvious to you. What?
Well, it's kind of like that gay guy you have in every group. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
but
he comes out and he's gay. Like, yeah, we already knew that.
yes, yes. However, I'm not flamboyant. When you notice about the
No, I know
gays,
you're not. I know you're
they're
not.
usually they're giving away a lot, and
Yes, yes. You got a point. I mean, you are not flamboyant.
yeah, thank you. And the thing is, I was not in denial for long. I'd say, and with my early 20s, I stopped being in denial about this. I never really was. I tried just to fight it,
Right.
but um, so because I wasn't in denial of it, I was able to try to actively hide things. I think I did that in my teens already. But there are things I just couldn't hide because I wasn't aware of them, that I was doing them. And uh, yeah, so it was completely baffling to me to hear these positive responses. Yeah, the thing is, so one, the HRT takes away a lot of the gender dysphoria within a few weeks. If you actually have gender dysphoria,
Mhm.
if you don't, it is likely to give you gender dysphoria. It seems, from all the transitioners I've seen and spoken to, which is horrible,
Yeah.
absolutely horrible, and then they're just discarded. They're trashed by society, by the medical field. They are made sick for life. They are given our condition and then left to rot
Right.
with it. That is evil. I'm sorry. That that that's not just
Yeah.
corrupt. That is just
Yeah.
plain evil. And
Yeah. I don't know what to say about that. That's horrible.
yeah, and this is one part. And I was surprised by that because I thought, because I describe it like this full body phantom limb, I thought I would need to
Hmm.
fill that out more, become more congruent with it.
Hmm.
And well, especially in one area you know about, because that runs in the family. All my mothers are top heavy. All my mother's line, I mean, mother, grandmother. Sorry, I am a bit exhausted from yesterday, and on caffeine, and happy to talk with you.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm having a little energy here. That's just a rare thing.
That's what
Great.
tea is for.
Yeah, tea and caffeine. Holy shit. I'm bombing here.
Yeah. Don't snort it.
Ugh, no. Then I start talking like this, like all these Northern Californian SJWs. No, thank you. I
Yeah,
don't
if
need the
do
gay
that,
accent.
shoot me. Shoot me.
You know,
if I do that.
I rather keep this horrid male voice that you seem to like than start talking with this gay accent. Because
Well,
that
you
is
do
not
have a
feminine. That
pleasant-
is not
I-
feminine.
You do have a pleasant voice, you know.
For a
there's-
guy. I accept
Well,
that
I
now.
mean, for a guy, whatever, you know, you have a pleasant voice, period. I don't know. It's like, I guess that could be either a compliment or the opposite, but you got a pleasant voice. You could be like a guy on a stream, just having your stream.
And for a girl, I have a face for radio, so perfect.
Well, there you go.
Oh, great.
No, but you know that's just the way it is, and it's weird, but it's you have this the way you imagine a German would sound. That's your accent. That's so weird.
I don't know if that is a compliment or not.
No, but it is. It is.
All right. But I don't sound like Till or Arnold.
Arnold, he's Austrian, right?
Yeah, right. He has a Steiermark accent, all right. But I also don't sound like Till, so I don't know.
Sound like who?
The guy from your favorite or second favorite German band?
I don't know what that is.
Rammstein.
Oh, Rams. I don't know how he speaks. I've only heard his songs. I have no idea. Like, all I know is it sounds pretty cool when he sings, but
Okay,
I don't know what he sounds like.
that's okay to differentiate then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he doesn't sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger when he talks.
Mm-hmm. All right. Oh,
Well, you can tell me if I'm wrong.
no, I just was distracted because Trig just told me he may have a little time because technical issues on the other thing he should be on.
Mm-hmm.
Should I get him on?
Sure.
All right. How do I invite him here? There's a button.
He's not here?
Well, not in the DM here. This is a DM call, not a in-server thing.
Oh. Yeah, then you'd have to know that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Here's a Discord.
You need to be friends with Undoomed to start a group DM. We're not friends?
I don't know.
Man.
I guess you never asked.
Oh, that's the better friendships when you don't need to.
Well, I mean, you can.
I sent
you
you.
can ask me, and I'll do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I sent you a request on Discord, so then I maybe can add Trick to the
All
call.
right, let's see here. Pending. There we go.
All right.
So now we're apparently friends.
Awesome.
How do you feel about being friends now?
Amazing.
Are you
It's
happy?
I feel so energized. It's like I'm on a new level of consciousness.
There you go.
It's like that the third eye has finally opened and the mantis aliens have revealed themselves to me.
That is how I feel.
Oh, come on. I need to add him too? Yes. No? Yes. Yes. Oh, God. I just talk with people. I never use these stupid social media systems.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and apparently the hormone therapy does... Oh, there we go. Let's see. No. Huh? What is this stupid system? Okay. Ah, menu wrong window. Fuck this shit. Everything is horrible.
Oh, it's a BMW thing.
Maybe. All right. Now this I think this if you do it like this, Discord is acting stupid. Let's see. Ah yes. There we go.
Hey, how you doing?
There he is. Hi Trig. Oh, still not? Still not.
So, can you hear me?
No, there he is.
Aha!
Hello.
Oh, give me a mo. My
No,
camera's
oh, don't worry. I'm on with Undoomed and I am recording, just so you know.
okay. Cool. Undoomed, how's it going, man?
How's it
Which
going,
one?
Captain Pilgrim?
Yeah. It's been a while, man. How you doing?
It's been a while. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just fucking busy. I'm working my ass off, but great hearing your voice, man.
Yeah. Yeah, man. You too. You too. Yeah, it's been a fucking weird couple of weeks for me.
How's the new Star Trek thingy going?
It's sort of paused for a little bit. We were supposed to be doing some today, but Uzlu's having technical issues.
All right.
Again,
That doesn't
so,
sound like it's noteworthy.
yeah, it was business as usual essentially. Yeah, no, I seem to be being a perennial guest on live streams at the moment. Actually started our own show with Scrump the other day.
Nice.
Put out
Well,
a video about nightmarish shit that's happening in England.
You doing that like what, every day, every week, or?
I haven't worked it out yet. Basically, I ran into a story the other day about this law that's going through, and we decided, Scrump's got a channel with 1,000+ subscribers on it that he never uses, so we knocked together some resources and did a quick video after a day's worth of research. Probably going to be a weekly thing, maybe a bit more often. I'm not sure at this point.
But don't you have like a new story going for the Star Trek thing?
Yeah, we're halfway through it at the moment. Last episode was a couple of weeks back now, and I managed to roll consecutive ones on a map read, and was like, hey, what's he gonna do? Is he gonna have me fall over and bang my head on the table? No, Uzlu crashed the ship into a planet, basically.
What is he, Deanna Troy? Holy shit.
Yeah, so the last time we saw it, the ship has got half of our crew in sick bay, and is crippled and limping towards a repair.
Right.
It was getting boring. I needed to.
They just fucking crash the ship into the
Fuck
planet.
things up.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's good though. I mean, Jesus Christ. It was kind of frustrating being the bad guy last time.
Oh yeah, no, I bet, man. It was, yeah. You were having to be sat in a separate chat, and you were doing text conversations. It sounded
Yeah.
like a good idea when we were sort of having the idea of, hey, maybe we have a guest baddie in and this, that, and the other. No, that system does not work. It's not pleasant.
No, like yeah, it was because those streams are like 6 hours, and it was like it basically was like me showing up for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So
No,
yeah.
But hey, you were really good as a bad guy.
Yeah. I enjoyed the part. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I felt like I was missing out on just a banner and just hanging out and just
definitely.
talking to everyone.
Definitely.
Everyone's just having so much fun. And I'm like, all right, like, okay, do I get to speak?
No, you have to sit in a room, be quiet. whilst
It-
Dyche continuously shouts at me for being a massive degenerate.
You could feel like Mark Hamill in The Force
still good fun.
Awakens.
Sorry?
Essentially.
Hey, you could feel like Mark Hamill in The Force Awakens.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, that's the way it was. Like, hello.
Yeah, no, it wasn't working. It did okay as far as the show's concerned. I think it worked for the viewers, but yeah, no, it was definitely suboptimal. But I don't know. Hopefully, we can get this story wrapped up that we're on at the moment, and because he's basically done a group of short stories for this season, but then Di's been traveling around, so she hasn't been available. And so at the moment it's just Doc, Oozaloo, Disco, and myself, and you know it's missing something without the screaming potato telling everyone that. Bless
Well, that's perfect. You should invite me.
I just got a
I
headache
agree.
from that.
That was like the whole point of my next character. It was just gonna be like a murdering fucker.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about yeah, because you were gonna go Borg, wasn't it, or something like that? It sounds like a great idea.
Just wanna assimilate everyone all the time. Just assimilate every motherfucker.
Build your own collective with blackjack and
Blackjack and hookers.
yeah, I was looking for an equivalent for Borg.
That works too.
Your own collective with RNGs and
Yeah.
What do Borg do for pleasure?
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean,
know.
have you seen 7 of
7 of
9?
9? Yeah, exactly.
Such a waste in the collective.
She's fucking raising that collective, all right.
Yeah. Sorry, Trick, for abusing you because technically you're on another live stream. Again.
Yeah, no, I'm all over.
It's just
the
not live
at the moment. For somehow I've gone from being literally nobody in particular who occasionally shit posts in live stream chats to I've been on everything all the freaking time this last couple of weeks. It's been great, but I don't know what's happened.
But people need something to do while they're logged in.
Yeah.
Ain't that the truth?
Oh my god. You're locked down now, aren't you?
We are locked down. Now they think that we might be able to have a Christmas break from the lockdown, but I was speaking to my parents.
That makes no sense.
No.
Nothing makes sense in this shit. Nothing makes sense. I've had a realization about your new dystopian police law.
Oh god, yeah, that's really fucking nightmarish.
Yeah.
Which one is that?
Oh, dude, it's called the Covert Human Intelligence Bill, and it's going to allow government agents to break the law with no repercussion.
Why
and this
would
isn't
you
just
approve that?
I don't know. This isn't just the police and the you know the intelligence services either. They included the Food Freaking Standards Agency and the Environment Agency in this list.
Okay.
And the UK Parliament Human Rights Committee turned around and went, "No fucking way! This is a license to rape, murder, torture, and kill. You can't pass this through." They ignored it, passed it, and it's now on the way through to the Lords, which is it's basically a month away from becoming law at this point.
Yeah.
What does this mean? Like, what are they saying?
It basically means the Food Standard Agency can walk into a restaurant, drag the cook out, and shoot him in front of the customers for not wiping down the work surfaces and suffer no repercussions.
Oh my god!
I think it's especially fun since.
Why do you always have to be the most fascist in the world, Brits?
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly my question. And these people, they complain about the Germans.
Yeah, the Germans aren't doing this shit. Why are you Brits like totally losing it.
We are two horrible, insane tyrannies in this country, and you still outdo us.
Yeah.
It's just what the fuck.
I'm desperately trying to work out how to get some sort of libertarian movement working without it being full of naked potheads running around going woo yeah man, because that always ruins libertarian movements.
Yeah, the one I moved, the one I worked for was subverted by socialists about 10 years ago, and it left a mark. It left some scars.
Yeah, but we certainly need a libertarian movement in any country. You think I have a fucking libertarian movement? No.
It will always be
Joe Jurgensen, whatever. Jesus Christ.
You guys have had some really good libertarian thinkers, you know.
Not now.
No.
Now you have ANCAPs.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ron Paul, not bad. Barry Goldwater was an interesting chap. I've been reading about him recently, but he dead now.
But
now we have the presidential candidates. Like, okay, so you have Trump or you have Biden.
Yeah.
And then you have Joe Jorgensen. All right, Jesus Christ.
Marvel cartoon names.
Yeah.
Oh, you got that guy. What's the guy with the with the Wellington boot on his head?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. What the hell's his name?
I don't know his name.
Varmin Supreme or something?
Vermin Supreme, that's the guy, yeah.
Right.
Are you talking reality or comics right now?
No, real guy.
Real guy, yeah. He walks around with a fucking boot on his head.
Yep. Yeah, John McAfee was trying to run against him and went, no, actually, you carry on, Vermin, you got this.
You're too much for me.
Oh,
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, what a bloody food agency, man.
Yeah.
But the two realizations I had. One is you got this. I don't know if I think it was a few years ago. It was also tried in Germany, but I haven't followed if they actually managed to pull through. And at this moment, I don't want to know that they managed to push through you becoming an organ donation opt-out system, meaning everyone's an organ donor by default.
Yes.
Which is amazing if you just allow the police to shoot anyone.
When they put
I need that. I want that kidney. I want that liver. I want that heart. I need that now. My daughter is dying, or my grandma, and you have the fitting thing. Poof.
Yeah, well, this is my concern when they're trying to push that through. It was like, hold on a second, if I go in a hospital now, are they going to look at me and go, well, we can either save this guy, or we can lose this guy and save these 6 people over here by harvesting his organs, and you know how the triage system works. You could literally get frickin' harvested.
Right.
Or we could prolong the life of Jeremy Corbyn.
You have to make sure you're not on the list then, huh?
Yeah. Yeah,
no,
and the only way you can do that is have a card, and if they don't find the fucking card, and they harvest you anyway, well, it's too late. You're not going to kill these 6 people.
Oh, we just...
Right. What are you going to do? You're dead.
Exactly.
If you just missed the card, just got stuck under another one, it happens. But what I'm more worried about is not this utilitarian decision, but rather... what if there's an important politician or some economy guy who's doing emergency care?
It's going to be the island. Yeah,
you look like you have some nice organs here. When we can prolong this 86-year-old economy magnate or Jeremy Corbyn's life.
Yep, the island.
Yeah, and that's the Chinese stuff we don't want, and that is the reason.
Politician.
That is the reason why you cannot sell organ donation opt-out systems as something good. You cannot force people to do good things. You cannot force that by law. That needs to come from within.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. The other aspect of it is it's essentially the UK government has claimed ownership of the bodies of its citizens.
Yeah.
And they only have the use of their organs and bodies until search time that the state wants.
But
so
I have to ask,
collective
which part of the UK are you from?
Me, I
Yeah.
am. If you were to get a map of England and stick a pin, the pin would probably hit my house.
It's just so weird because you sound Australian to me.
Well, I don't have an accent that is usual for a lot of. I went to a boarding school. I went to the same boarding school I went to. So I had elocution lessons and all of that crap. And so I don't have the London accent or something like that, which I could have.
No,
No,
you just sound like you're gonna fucking talk about the Barbie.
Oh well, yeah.
I must interject here and
Always got a spare shrimp for the Barbie.
Yeah. I must interject here for public service notice and say that Triggerhippy is not actually doxing himself. It's all a psyop to confuse everyone. He's actually Australian.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
The amount of people think I glow in the dark, it's untrue.
Yeah, but well, that's the one thing with the organ donation. That's kind of that's a very creepy thing that's coming together here. And usually these things were tried in the past, including in Germany. And from what I know, is that every time this was tried, people en masse either demonstrated or overran the ministries to opt out of the system, making the systems collapse and repealing the law in the process. With Corona going on, who's going to demonstrate against anything, as the only demonstrations that seem to be allowed with Corona around seem to be pro-leftist things, pro-socialist causes, and
you're
not
only
anything
allowed
against it.
to demonstrate for Corona.
Yeah, you're not.
That's the only thing you can demonstrate for.
Oh,
Yeah,
I have an
demonstrate
anecdote from that. I have the perfect anecdote for this. So there is some. I haven't looked too deep into it. There's some Corona doubting movement in Germany too. Of course, they get allegations about being Nazis and all of that, despite rejecting all extremism. At the moment, you do not just reject right-wing extremism, but also left-wing extremism. The left gets up and says, "You are a right-wing extremist." So,
of course.
And every movement, we had this in the Pirate Party too. Every movement always has their lunatics, has their tinfoil hats, and has their one neo-Nazi in the corner who's spouting his nonsense. And sometimes, because you don't see them, you also have them at the meetings, sometimes they get one of their little Nazi code dog whistles through. Some leftist picks up on it because they see Nazi codes everywhere. And brandish you as right-wing because they found this one Nazi code or just correlation with a Nazi code with you because you are not for them or you didn't invite them to the Tea Party. I don't know. So these people may be just legit people. There may be some right-wingers in it. Usually there are. They are everywhere, just like the lefties are everywhere. Point being, these are a group that demonstrate against the illiberal, tyrannical lockdown measures that Corona is imposing on the people. Okay, just that. I haven't looked deep enough into them to make a proper judgment on how loony they are. However, the do you call this coalition, alliance? Let's go with coalition. There's a meta movement called the Coalition Against the Right, which is all left-wing groups, left-wing parties, and they organize demonstrations against real and supposed right-wing demonstrations and groups. So they are the ones who always make counter-protests against what they perceive as right-wing. So the Coalition Against the Right got wind of this demonstration of the Corona doubters and saw some Nazi codes in their stuff. Which, okay, yeah, you can see that because they show some time that is coded for Adolf Hitler, which probably some douchebag got in there. You know, the only people... Trig has a lag spike. Okay.
Hello.
Sorry, yeah, I had just my ping just hit 5,000 and everything froze up for me there.
Ah,
Everything froze.
Oh, I'm
It's like
sorry.
everything was frozen.
I'm not even live
Yeah.
streaming.
Well,
So this can't be.
apparently-
They can't be after me right now. Must be
well,
something
maybe
else.
they are. They just saw your live streaming and
I'm
they're
not live
like,
streaming.
Nope, we're not. I know.
I mean, they're watching the Discord
just,
call.
They just preemptively.
The mantis aliens are after my Discord call. We need
They
the
knew
tinfoil
what
hats.
you were thinking.
Yes, we need the tinfoil hats. The mantises make us gay. Man,
You may joke, but I tell you what, you fact check anything Alex says.
I think he's with some things Alex says. I think he's just bad at articulating it, and he's looked too deep into the abyss that it fried a few.
Nah.
Fried a few
Here's
neurons,
my theory.
which
He-
would happen
he-
to
he
anyone.
He is playing the madman act and being hyperbolic because if he was saying it in a believable manner, they'd kill him. Because probably that guy drops some real red pills.
I
Many
am.
times I've sat there going, Alex, you can't say that. Don't tell people that. Holy shit.
I am not
Makes
objecting,
sense.
and I am not. I am neither confirming nor denying. But it's great seeing him perform. It's the best thing, and they censor him anyway. It's just awesome.
Yeah, I was weirded out. You know, I think I'm, what is it? I'm 3 months older than Alex Jones.
Oh man, dude, I was surprised how young he is.
How
Yeah.
old is he? How old is he?
He's 46.
Right.
Just dogs. You
You-
get, yep, I'm 46 years old. Damn.
Do you want to dox yourself more?
Hey, he looks
Should I-
kinda
should
like
I-
he's
should I-
fucking 65 or something?
You know what? Here we go. Hold on a second. Where is it? You know, I'm past doxing myself at this point. I wouldn't give people my real name because boy, is my name identifiable.
Yeah, don't do that.
I already know
I
where you
have
live.
one. Yeah,
Good.
here we go. That's
You want to
that.
turn on your camera? I can remove this animated GIF I have here. Oh
Yeah,
no!
there we go.
Oh no!
There's me.
Yeah,
Okay,
I know that already. No, but I'm not recording the camera. I have an animated GIF over it. Don't worry.
Okay, cool. You know what? I'm not worried anymore. I used to have a really good job at a really really prestigious firm, but they've had a rough year, so they let a whole bunch of people go, and I was one of them.
Oh.
No!
Sadly.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus.
I had a decent redundancy package. I'm not desperate just yet. But yeah.
Ah, man, I'm so sorry to hear that.
It's okay. Actually, on some levels it's freed me up to do a lot of things that I've been holding off doing because
I mean-
of fear of they'll dox me and then I'll lose my job. Well, I've lost my job. So what else can
Right.
they do?
Right.
They-
I mean, yeah, that's good.
Well, in
but,
a month or two, they can do anything.
Yeah. I've just had like these. I'm sorry to say, but these COVID months have been the best months I've ever had.
Wow. I cannot relate.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Holy shit, I've been so inundated with work. It's crazy.
Yeah, I can
Everyone
believe
wants their
that.
Pixar movies.
Yeah, it's just crazy, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
no more aerospace engineering for me for the time being.
What
Oh.
about
I thought
what about Elon Musk's SpaceX? You going there?
You know, if you'd have me, that would be cool.
Yeah.
But at this point, I've got people. A friend of mine has been in my ear going, "Hey, do you remember what Sargon did with UKIP the other year? You should do that. You should do that with the Lib Dems. You need to take over the Lib Dems and become the leader of a third party."
And then kill the Lib Dems like Sargon did?
Well, that's it. There is no downside. We either win or we destroy the Liberal Democrats, which are a useless waste of space anyway.
Well,
You're
they
right.
take
You're
up
right. They're
about-
only winners.
Right, they take up an inordinate amount of time or space in your system, right?
They're essentially
that-
because they're not
What's it,
actually.
like 20% or something, right?
It's about 20% of the votes. They were recently as part of the coalition with David Cameron, but ever since then they've plummeted.
I,
Just
may I
bad
interject?
leadership. Sure.
Your Lib Dems remind me a lot of our Lib Dems, in that they don't do a lot of Lib Dem stuff, but just other nonsense, and thereby take up space for a party that could be actually liberal democratic.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
Because
the
you need
thing
that
is with
free
the Lib Dems-
space. You need that free space for someone to occupy it and think, oh, we are missing that. But as long as there is something who has that sticker on it, nobody does. Which is why I believe, in part, there's several factors to this, why in the US, the socialists call themselves liberals. So there cannot be any other liberals because they occupy the term liberal, while they are the opposite of it.
Same with us. They're neither liberal or really democratic. They demonstrated that by going, "Oh, this Brexit result, we do not accept it." It's like, you're supposed to be democratic. It says that right in your name. We've got a clear
Hello,
majority.
I've,
A whole
I've
freaking
never heard about such a thing before. Jesus, who would do such a thing?
madness.
Madness.
The globalists.
Yeah.
The globalists have taken over all the parties. We only have the one party. That's it. It's Labour.
It's the
is
global
Conservative,
party.
Well, look at our Christian Democratic Union, our Conservative Party, headed by an atheist, childless woman who despises the country and its people and is fine with outspoken communists who openly object against our constitution in
Wasn't
Supreme
she a
Court.
communist from the beginning?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, she's so clearly a mole. I do not understand why Helmut Kohl fell for her. I absolutely do not understand it, and I don't know if
Even I remember that guy, Helmut Kohl, right?
Merkel is about to last longer than him, which was thought to be impossible.
Yeah.
She's been completely immovable ever since she's been in power.
Yeah, but she's not an immovable object. She is rather, we call her Teflon Merkel.
Yeah, she changes her opinion with the wind.
Yeah, she 180s. It's we have something in Germany called political cabaret, which has nothing to do with pole dancing women, which is usually
Damn it.
which is usually old fat guys making political rants, and that being it's a form of comedy in Germany. It's a traditional form of comedy here, and
Okay.
and one of them, Volker Pispers, has I think two of the most striking criticisms of Merkel. One is her 180-degree turns, which is she stands before a crowd, the crowd is mad at her, and then she just, for something she did, something policy-wise, and then she just turns around 180 and says, they are all behind me. So she always has support by just turning around. The second one, which is why we also call her Teflon Merkel, because the criticism you level just rubs off, usually to someone below her whose head then rolls for it. So it's a bit of a corporate culture she has instilled in the Christian party. My God, what Freudian slip. And the other thing about her, is... I'm talking so fast I'm losing myself.
It's okay.
One is
Every
the...
time I think of Merkel, I think of Berlusconi's comment.
Yes?
What did he say?
Well, Silvio Berlusconi called her an unfuckable lardass. I love
King.
Italian politics. Italian politics was brilliant.
All right, I remember. So, one key thing about her is the 180. The other is that... oh yeah, all right. Volker Pispers, years ago, he already was demoralized in making political critical comedy about Merkel, because he said, and because she makes his job too easy. He said, the only thing I need to do to make fun of this woman is to quote her.
Quote her for, yeah, well.
Anything she says, just quote her.
Right. Makes
Like
sense.
during the NSA thingy here, Merkel said at the height of it that I have a sticker on my letter mailbox with that quote. I paraphrase. I have no reason to distrust the NSA in any way.
What? Is she crazy?
No, that's our chancellor for almost 16 years.
Yeah, that's still crazy.
Well, she did work for the Stasi. She did work in the Ministry of Agitation and Propaganda. We had that. We had a ministry that was called the Ministry for Agitation and Propaganda.
We have a Ministry for Propaganda in England.
Yeah, it's called the BBC.
No, we.
The Guardian?
Tony Blair actually set up a Ministry of Propaganda.
What?
By that
What?
name?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No.
I don't know how we didn't lynch him. I really do not know.
Do you still have that ministry?
On that guy. Let me check it.
Why
I've
is
got a
it
sneaking
every
suspicion.
fucking time there's something that has to happen,
You're pulling my
British
leg.
people are just going to be the most Nazi about it?
Yeah, and they keep shitting on us.
Here's the thing: is that for the longest time, and history will back me up on this. For the longest time, you've had the British people, and then you've had the British elite. The British people are all really decent folk, and are all very polite, and just like to leave people to do their own thing, and we'll do our own thing, and this, that, and the other. And then there's the ruling class who just wander around being utter cunts to absolutely everybody. It's why America freaking seceded from the Union back in 1776. No, fuck you guys. Yeah.
Fuck off, you guys.
Yeah. Hey, can we have a bit of representation for all this tax? No, fuck off. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to war.
Okay,
no.
we fucked. Well, no, you did exactly that. You fucked off.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I can
And now they
get you
want
the
back
quote
in.
of the letter that Richard III sent to the Americas, but it's a bit long, and Thomas Paine's reply to it. It's bloody amazing. It's like a YouTube reply video in text in 1700 something. It's amazing. You should read Thomas Paine. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I should. I need to get. I have so much to freaking read.
Also, Undoomed, you too. You'd love the guy.
Sorry?
If you haven't read Thomas Paine, do it. You'd love that guy. That's a libertarian you'd like.
All right. I'll add it to the list.
That's it, right? We don't have a Ministry of Propaganda. We have a Ministry of Information. That's right.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, no.
That's
Yeah,
it. That's
it's
it. That's
all
no. That's
fucking
the Ministry of
1984.
that's the Ministry of Truth.
Yes.
I'm aware. I read 1984 in 1984, and from that moment onwards, I have been freaking out the moment any government wants any extra power.
Yeah.
It has
And
not
they
been a happy
do
life,
all
to be
the
honest.
fucking time. Every fucking day they want more power.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, can you fucking lay off the power?
I tried to
For a
read it again in
second?
2016, and I'll be honest with you, I couldn't finish it.
That makes
I've read it
sense.
before in school, but I read it again in 2016, and because it was all too much, and I was still politically active, and I knew what was going on in the government and what they want to do, and because I was fighting against it, and it's just it's overwhelming with what's
I
already
guess
there and what they want on top.
yeah. Well, I guess we really are gonna get the Star Trek universe.
Yeah, but probably the
Yeah.
STD universe and not the good Star Trek universe.
Maybe Mirror
Yeah.
Universe. I don't know.
Oh no, please no.
Oh no!
Hey, look, I already have the evil Tash and beard.
Not-
That's great.
Yeah, but not a universe where Spock becomes a pacifist who thereby destroys the Federation and Vulcan. That's stupid.
No, not that
Oh
one.
no!
The plot is horrible.
Oh no!
Be careful what you wish for.
Star Trek has been ruined.
Oh, that was a DS9 plot. Don't get me wrong there. That was fucked
Yeah.
up by DS9.
Yeah,
Nothing was fucked up by DS9.
DS9.
Don't
was
you
actually
dare! Don't you dare!
a fucking excellent series. Yeah, you're right. Although these days,
I just
anyone
hated
that
the
wants-
Looking Glass episodes. You will never convince me that they're any good.
If any Star Trek fan should be watching
okay.
the Orville these days.
You know, there were like a gazillion Star Trek episodes from DS9. We're not going to talk about the Looking Glass ones. Shut the fuck up. They didn't. Have
Thank you.
Nah, seriously. These days, watch the Orville. There's no point in Star Trek. That freaking Discovery STD is well.
Yeah. I haven't watched the
literally.
new what is it, like the second season or whatever it is.
What of the Orville or because that's
No. Of course I've watched the Orwell. Jesus
Good.
Christ, what do you
Yeah,
think
I
I'm
was gonna
some
say.
sort of barbarian? No,
I still have it on my watch
I'm
list,
talking,
so
I'm talking about the Star Trek thingy.
Oh, I've refused. I've watched about 3 episodes of it and just went nope.
Nope. Yep. I've also not watched anything. I think they're on the second season or something.
third.
Um,
They actually got a third, and they don't have the
Third.
numbers for it.
I think it's Turd.
Yeah.
It is
Well, yeah.
third.
You know,
Yeah.
my
And-
take is that it would actually not have been a bad sci-fi, but don't stick the Star Trek name on it because it's not Star Trek.
Exactly.
have actually been a much-
exactly.
It might have been a much,
Exactly.
but it could have been a good sci-fi. I might have gone, hey, this is
Yeah.
actually alright. But
Exactly. You
I'm sat there going,
cannot
this-
just you
this is
cannot
trash.
just slap that fucking sticker on there and go like, yeah, we own this now. This is Star Trek now. No. You have to fucking earn it. And it could have been, like you say, it could have been like an interesting Star Trek thingy or a science fiction thingy.
They would still have
Um,
writing issues, but it would at least not be. Because with Star Trek, you need a certain feel, you need a certain philosophy on how to make it. Like every
Yeah, it
franchise,
can't
everything
just
has
be
its own
like,
thing.
It can't be just fucking gratuitous explosions. That's not Star Trek, assholes.
Yeah. That's not even Star Wars. That's something else entirely. And
Yeah,
the thing.
that's
It's
not
like-
even Star Wars.
it's the same
There's
reason
so
why
many
Star
oth-
Trek Universe didn't
Well,
work,
maybe
because they wanted to
maybe
make.
the last couple of Star Wars, but all right.
Yeah, but it's the same. Decanonize.
they could have just gone, I know, Mass Effect IP has been totally destroyed by Andromeda. You know what? We'll wind it back. We'll take that IP and we'll make a TV show
Yeah,
based
we
on
could.
Mass Effect.
Yeah,
They-
we could probably get that for $5.
That could have worked.
Because the fucking ship design, the outfits, the whole thing. It looks like, when I was watching it, I was like, this looks like Mass Effect.
Yeah.
This actually looks more like Mass Effect than Star Trek. Why didn't they
Yeah.
do that? I don't know.
Oh,
Well,
Mass Effect. A
I mean,
good
then
Mass
maybe
Effect
they
show
were
would be
planning to.
amazing.
Yeah.
You have
I
such a
mean,
giant
the freaking
universe.
Klingons look like Krogan. Exactly. It's waiting to be done, and they did it, and then they called it Star Trek Discovery, and just everyone hated
Have you
it.
They had a
seen the
pointless main
ship?
character.
Have you seen his ship? I cannot believe how bad that ship looks.
That ship design the ship design is bad in the first place.
Well, I mean, the ship designer died like 40 years ago because it's basically it's Star Trek Phase 2 is what it's based on. If you have you ever heard of Star Trek Phase 2?
No.
Okay, so that was before TNG. They were figuring like, yeah, maybe we should we do a TV show? Should we do a movie? I don't know. They're like looking into shit, and the exact design of Discovery is one of the ships from when they're like trying to figure out if they're going to do a show or not.
Really,
And
with
it's fucking ugly.
Really, with the several rings of the saucer section that are really horrible to connect and navigate?
I'm not sure about the
That's my
rings,
main
but
problem with that thing.
No, yeah, I'm not sure about that. We'd have to look that up. But the thing that I remember is that fucking triangle that is the saucer, no, below the saucer section, right? The engineering section, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, that triangle, and then there's these long pipes that are the nacelles. That is exactly like the ship from Phase 2, and it's fucking ugly, and it should have never been made into a actual ship, and it wasn't, because even those guys back then could be like, oh my god. No, we're not gonna do that.
So they're even more uncreative than I thought.
So Phase 2. I mean, Phase 2 never happened, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I remember there was the original, obviously the original series. Then they had the fire at the studio, which destroyed all the sets. So they started making an animated series, which is considered canon and is actually quite fun. And then there was the black spot. Nothing happened, and then the next generation. So that Phase 2 was supposed to sit in that sort of period of
it was just before they made Star Trek the movie, right? They were figuring out like, should we do a movie? Should we do a TV series? What are we gonna do? And they were investigating all these things, right?
That movie was so dull. I really hated Star Trek the movie, the original one.
I know. But
I went to see that at the cinema when it came out, and I sat there as a kid going.
The sad part is it's getting better. It's really getting better. Like all this shit comes out, and it's like, well, that sucked. You know, Star Trek 1, and then other movies come out, and like, oh, okay. Oh, and now this came. Oh my god!
Yeah, in retrospect, it's a bit like a Picasso.
Yeah, so now I'm like, I'm not totally against Star Trek, the movie.
It's like the Star Trek Star Wars
okay
prequels.
with it.
Well, it's the old adages with the Star Trek movies used to be all the even numbered ones are good and the odd numbered ones are awful. That held true for quite a while, but these days it's just I'm not watching anything anymore. Has it got J.J. Abrams for making it? Yes. Oh no.
No, I mean obviously, Jesus Christ, that guy could just fuck anything up. If you gave him like the directions how to make the best movie ever, he'd fuck it up.
Does he have any creative fiber in him, or is he just a 6-year-old writing scripts?
Yeah, no. I mean, you could probably get a good movie out of him if you gave him a script and said, look, here's a script, and you cannot deviate from this 1 millimeter.
Yeah, director only.
If you deviate from this, I will fucking beat your ass, all right? If he could take that and be like, oh, okay, well, I won't deviate then he could probably be a good director, because he is kind of a good director.
Yeah, he seems to be able to...
fuckhead. He's just a fuckhead in determining what is a good story.
Yeah, he seems to...
He's had the exact same problem with the Star Trek movies. Like, there's nothing wrong with the action or the direction in Star Trek 2009, Star Trek to Star Trek, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And Star Trek the 2010 or whatever.
Here's the thing. He needs to turn his contrast down. he needs to sort out his fixation with lens flares.
He got
needs
rid
to
of the lens
fucking
flares.
turn off the lights.
Has
Yeah.
he? Okay.
He already got rid of the lens flares. Now he needs to get rid of other things, and then at some point he needs to get some creative bones into him. But I agree that he seems to be able to set up scenes properly, but he's
Yes.
incapable of writing, because all he seems to do
Yeah.
is, I saw this cool
And
scene
not
in another
only is
movie.
he no.
So I
Not
recreate
only-
it.
No. Not only is he incapable of writing, he's incapable of spotting bad writing.
Oh,
That's his problem.
That's a
You
good
could be a
point.
bad fucking motherfucker director and not be able to write a fucking line. If you're just smart enough to be able to say like, "Oh, this is a good script. I'll do that one." Right? But he can't do that. He has no clue. He doesn't understand what a good script is. That's his problem.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you could just hand him a script and say, "This is a good script. Do not deviate, you fuck it. I will kill you." And he would do that. I'm sure it'd be a good movie.
Yeah,
know what I mean?
I mean, some of his TV shows. I mean, take what was it, Lost, for example.
What's his first one? Big
Mhm.
one, I think.
Yeah,
Right.
Lost first season was actually really, really compelling, and then his script writers seem to have an embolism, and
And
it
whose
just sort
fault
of
is that?
No,
Whose
I
fault
tell
is
you
that?
what
off the
happened.
cliff.
That
Okay.
is his fault because he's in charge.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing that happened on the last Star Wars movie. Like, Jesus Christ, you're in charge.
Yeah, I can
You're the
exactly tell you what
director.
happened there. With Lost, with everything else he did, and with the Star Wars movies. Because what he does is he's obsessed with his little mystery box trick, which he doesn't understand how it actually works.
Yeah,
It
that's
works.
a big problem.
It works in your
Like,
first
if-
episode, in your first season, in your first movie. Because you make
Yes.
setups, which you then can build upon. And maybe it can give you a little bit of creative freedom, because you have, since the box hasn't been opened yet, you can still change your mind upon what's in it. But Abrams doesn't seem to have any idea from the get-go what's supposed to be in it. And that is a problem.
No, he doesn't have a clue.
And when you then get to the second or third installment, and you would actually need to open that box, like your little Deus Ex Machina,
No, but that
he completely fails at
That's
that.
the thing he doesn't do. He
Yeah.
never does.
Yeah,
Have you seen Lost? It's like fucking 5 seasons of not opening the box.
yeah, it's just like it's like
Let's
it's
keep
like
the fucking mystery box closed.
Do you know what the mystery box thing actually is? Cock
It's not a
teasing.
bad idea.
No, it's cock teasing.
Yeah.
The way he does it, it's cock teasing. I have this box here.
Yeah.
Huh?
You
Want to
can
see it?
do
Want to
that
see it? I'm not going to show
Yeah,
you.
but yeah, but you can do that for like 40 minutes. You can't do it for 10 years.
Exactly. I agree. I agree.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he could be a decent director. He's just not anyone who should ever be let anywhere near a script.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just tell him to stay the fuck away.
I don't-
If you're like a big time Hollywood producer, you're gonna be like, JJ, no, stay away.
Yeah.
Move. Shut the fuck up. Move over there. All right, you asshole. All right,
You can
all right,
direct.
okay.
You
Now-
don't
now
get
you
lens
can talk. Now
flares. You
can
don't
talk.
get blue lights. You don't get shaky cams. And you can direct.
You know, at this point, if your director needs this much controlling, maybe find a different director.
Yeah.
No. I mean, you know, yeah.
I'm
he is-
just saying he deserves that amount of credit. But yes, you're probably right. If you could just get Steven Spielberg or someone, it'd be like, all right, we're cool. We don't have to worry anymore.
Yeah, but, you know, I can go on a rant about Spielberg. Spielberg systematized the art, in inverted commas, of making movies into a science, and for that, everybody now, just about everybody, follows the Spielberg rules of how to make a movie.
That's
And
true. That's
For
true.
that, I actually don't like him, because pre-Spielberg, you used to get a lot more variation in how movies were made. It isn't always the same flow, shall we say?
Right. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with you on that one.
Watch Asian cinema.
Sorry?
Big agree. Always watch Asian cinema. Asian cinema, especially 70s and 80s Hong Kong cinema.
Oh God.
Best shit out ever. Those guys know how to do slapstick, which is a little private shame of mine. I love slapstick humor. Old Jackie Chan movies, the best.
Oh, that was
I mean, who
creative stuff.
doesn't? Especially if they're from the 80s.
Yeah.
Surprisingly
face it,
good time for movies all over the world.
Surprisingly good time. Full stop. Yeah, the 80s were great.
I mean, the 80s had some amazing experiments going on
Yeah,
in
and
movies.
that is what made them great.
Yes.
It's like the early days of the internet. There was
Yes.
it
Good
was just a lot
analogy.
of new stuff, and people experimented, and that was what
Yeah.
made it amazing. And now, what do we have now?
I don't know. We just have stuff that has to work in China. That's it.
And a lot of bloatware.
Right. But I mean, if we're talking movies, it's just all about what works in China. That's it. Like, what the fuck does it even matter what happens in a Marvel movie? It's just about like, oh, can we show this in China? Is this okay? Is this okay? No. Okay. Well, then we'll take it out.
Fuck China. China is asshole.
China is asshole. You
China
mean
is
West
I mean,
Taiwan?
I didn't fucking grow up to have all my movies be about China. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they are marketed for that audience now because it's just so big.
Yes,
And
I
then
know.
that
They
piss-
have
that
all the
pisses
money.
me off.
They have more money than God.
That pisses me off.
Jesus
I
Christ.
mean, I understand wanting to tap into another very big market. I understand that. But if you do it by sacrificing to make the core of the product for your own market, then you're just making foreign movies.
Yeah.
And as we saw with that Mulan thing, that completely failed on both ends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, did that thing even get released?
It did get released for
I did.
yeah on that streaming service thingy from I think, but you have to pay $30
they
for
have
it.
yeah, they have some sort of streaming service, right?
$30.
Disney Plus or something.
$30.
What do you mean $30?
You have to pay these extra to watch it. That's what people told me who did watch it.
30.
What?
Holy shit, that's like a trip to the cinema plus popcorn plus fucking everything else. Christ.
Yeah.
So I may be
Yeah,
wrong on this,
I'm-
but this
I'm
is
s-
what I remember
No,
people
I'm sure
told.
you're right. I'm sure you're right.
It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I would never pay that. Like,
Yeah, but we live in
Jesus
unbelievable
Christ.
times.
They've made quite a few versions of Mulan now, because I remember seeing a Chinese cinema variant of Mulan back, I think it was 2003,
Mhm.
which was excellent. I mean, it was all subtitled, big martial arts scenes, really, really sort of creative battle scenes that sort of borrowed from. Oh, it was very, very good, but
Yeah,
it
but
was,
you said subtitles.
yeah.
There was an original Chinese movie.
I mean,
Was it modeled after the Disney thing,
that's
or
when
I never
turned-
checked if
that's
there's
when
an
I
actual?
turned off.
No, not
I
not
never-
Disney. No, this is
I can
'cause
I
Mulan
cannot
is-
watch something with subtitles. It just no.
Oh, don't say that, man.
That's
Some of the best films ever
never
have been
gonna
sub-
happen. Jesus Christ.
It's just sad. No, it's just well, for some people it is like that, and it's just sad because that closes off a lot of
it's
stuff.
every fucking time they bring on these German guys in the World War II documentaries, and they're like, Aschen, Schladen, Baden, Schnaden. Like, shut the fuck up. Can we get like a dubbing thing going on here? Jesus Christ.
Can't see my. Oh, yes, you can see my paint face now.
I have a perfect fucking action. Don't judge me.
Yeah, yeah.
I've got a bunch of Jackie Chan movies on DVD and from the 80s and stuff, and it's great because you've got the dubbed version, you've got the subtitled version, and various cuts of it, and sometimes even an English and American subbed version, and it's great because it's almost like 3 different movies.
Yeah.
They've got different character names, there's different expressions in it, and it's it's hilarious. Yeah, no,
I just don't. I don't know. I don't know how you guys consume movies. I guess maybe people are different than me. I don't fucking sit and watch movies like I'm just sitting there and consuming like a movie. I'm working. I'm sitting here. I'm working. I'm glancing over at the screen sometime. That's what I do.
Yeah, of course.
And
then you can't
so
have subtitles.
yeah, no,
Exactly.
that does
So
not go
I
well.
need those fuckers to be dubbed. And I don't understand because this used to be like the truth in the TV business, like 10 years ago. Everyone knew this, like, nobody actually watches TV. They listen to it like radio.
Wrong,
right?
wrong.
That would no.
I don't know who taught you that, but that is only true for soap operas. They are modeled after that.
No, everyone did that, and I can attest to that. I've never watched TV. It's like, yeah, I listen to it, and suddenly they had to be like, oh my God, we have to have like all these people from Iceland and Russia and all these countries, and they have to be subtitled. And like, Jesus Christ, why? I just wanted to listen to something while I'm working.
Yeah, but
Well,
then
that's-
TV is just radio, and I use live streams on YouTube like
because
that.
on radio they
use-
don't have fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger on radio.
Yeah, yeah, but I use live streams like that. Back in the day, I used parliamentary TV like that, or some history stuff when that was on.
I know, but even
Not a
the
movie.
fucking History Channel has to have fucking
Yeah, but for a
these-
movie, I
these
sit down and
subtitles
I just lay back, and not while I'm working on something. When I'm working on something, I need something less
I
engaging.
don't have time for that. I have to have something that I can listen to.
Just
while
watch
I'm
them on
working.
double speed.
Jesus fucking Christ!
It was the only way I got through the Transformers movies.
God, you watch the Transformers movies?
Well, I had to have. I had to see
That's
one.
your punchline?
No,
Holy motherfucker!
Dude, I had to watch one in cinema, and because this is, I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe it's part of the autism. When I've started watching something, I need to watch the rest. That's why I will never watch STD myself. And because then I would be stuck having to watch all of it.
Right.
So I watched that. I think it was
But
Transformers 2
that's a good
in the
point,
cinema.
because that's a good point because I watched the first episode of STD and it was fucking subtitles in there. It's like no. The Klingons don't need subtitles. You're just supposed to say kapla, and that's it.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so then eventually I thought, okay, I have to get this out of my system. So I watched. I think there was 4 Transformers movies at the time. So I watched all of them, and I just couldn't watch them on normal speed. There was just nothing going on. And I watched it on double speed. And even then, this, especially in the first movie, this stuck out to me so much. There is this drivel romantic scene in the back of a car with Shia LaBeouf and this whatever girl he had there, and it was on double speed, and it was slow. And I thought, what the hell? What the hell? And I rewatched that. I tried to rewatch that at normal speed, and I thought, who can bear watching that?
Right.
And all is so. The action is boring. The jokes were boring, and the boring scenes were super boring.
Oh, the boring scenes are boring.
It's just what the hell. And then I watched the animated series of Transformers that was made for children, with I don't know
Oh, that's great.
an infinite amount of seasons,
Yeah.
and that was really good, especially when there were no humans around.
Right.
That was surprising. Well, 10. Sorry.
Well, it's Michael Bay. I mean,
Yeah.
holy shit! What do
Yeah.
you expect? It's just gonna be stuff blowing up.
Yeah. Michael Bay,
In
J.J.
fact,
Abrams, and who's the third guy?
I
The
think
unholy
Michael
trinity of
Bay would
cinema.
have been a
Joel Schumacher, is it? Is that?
no. I think Michael Bay would have been a better Star Trek director, actually, because he
Maybe.
would have put in that extra mile to get that Armageddon thing going.
You mean he would have left some more time for exposition?
Whatever. He would have made some sort of storyline that wasn't just like, there's some guy who wants revenge, and we're gonna have to not give him revenge because that'd be bad.
And he's got this red liquid that if you put a drop of it in the sun, it blows
Yeah,
up the
put the red thing in the sun. That's not good. If he puts the red thing in the sun, that'd be bad. Right?
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah. Ugh.
I think
Go back,
even
go back to
even
going
even
back
him.
in time and rescuing whales. I mean, that was a great episode.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
I wish I could just fucking come on that episode.
Spock just yeeting that punk on the bus. Where can I find the
Ooh.
nuclear vessels?
The
was
nuclear
amazing.
vessel over in Alameda.
Yeah. Mid Cold War, Russian
Yeah.
guy asking for the nuclear vessels. It's
Nuclear
like, whoa.
nuclear vessels.
I think that movie was
The cop is
perfect.
like, oh my god, Jesus Christ,
I
do
think
I
that-
have to arrest this guy or not?
that thing perfectly encapsulated what Star Trek is.
Yeah.
You know what fucking got me is in that film that they're talking about. Oh, you've given this guy a sort of transparent aluminum. Because I don't know, he didn't invent it. Then what is it? About 10, 15 years later, it's like, we've actually invented a transparent
Yeah.
aluminum.
They're like,
compound."
fuck it.
Shit.
Who cares? Maybe he invented it.
Yeah.
That
but it's a
probably
real
won't
thing
fuck
now.
up the timeline.
No.
But the thing is, it's actually a real fucking thing now. Yeah, you can make crystalline aluminium. Get it? And it is really strong. It's a transparent metal, essentially. Can you believe that?
No, I can't.
Hold on, let me.
You're gonna have to fucking give me a article or YouTube video on that.
Well, it's fun. Star Trek wasn't that off on it, was it?
Sorry?
Star Trek
It-
wasn't
there's-
that off on it timeline wise.
It literally predicted the future with this one. There we go. Let me dump this YouTube
No, so,
video.
sorry,
Yeah.
what did you say?
Transparent aluminium's a real thing.
No. Okay.
Yeah, they predicted the future with that one. That's it.
All right, let me
Yeah.
just get this up. Oh my god.
Fucking pulled it, man.
Hey, we can finally have smartphone screens that won't
Oh
break.
my god, this has got like a gazillion views even. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Scotty needed to get a computer.
Oh yeah, picking up the mouse. Computer.
It would take almost 10 years for that joke to re-emerge in the IT crowd.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Aluminum?
Yep. With the right compounds, it's crazy shit, man.
Oh my god.
Ah, he's happy.
White powder? That doesn't sound right. Can I snort it?
Aluminium oxide, you don't wanna. Really. I'd advise against it. I've encountered, yeah. just get some aluminium, some rust, mix it together. Boom. Aluminium oxide. It's not an explosive reaction at all.
Which is also known as Alon, can be turned into very damage-resistant glue and can be used to make highly bullet-resistant armor.
Can you freaking believe it?
You sound
Star
really
Trek
happy
call.
right now.
Me?
No,
I am,
Undoomed.
yes. Undoomed, yes.
Oh my
The
god.
main difference is a 50 caliber bullet can penetrate 6 inches of traditional bullet-resistant
Yeah, all we need is
cannot get through about
better
1
materials.
inches of
It's all about
Yep.
materials. Better materials, and we get closer to the future. And and we won't need
Oh
any
my
of this
god.
this stupid globalist bullshit
Oh
anti-human
my
politics.
god.
We just need better materials, and then we get better technology, and everything's fine.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
It does not need to be laminated, and it does not chip easily with glass.
We'll get, yeah. When you're feeling a little better, we'll get you in my server because you should meet some of my buddies because we've got. I mean, you're in there, Undoomed. You've met a few of them. I noticed you ran into, and he's.
I just know I had a good time.
Yeah, no. And I think you were talking to last time about COVID. He's a geneticist. He's got a patent on a genetic retrovirus that will. He's got about 90% success rate at curing leukemia.
Oh,
Right.
sweet.
But I
That-
didn't say that. I didn't say that because it's going through FDA at the moment.
Oh, great, then I have to
Um,
cut that out. Thank you.
Well,
You're putting
it's
you're
yeah,
putting effort here onto me. I don't have the working memory right now to learn how to use these cutting programs and push 3 buttons. My working memory is down at 92, for fuck's sake.
Uh,
I'm basically
I'm
You
sure-
want
retarded.
to be
Sure.
the master? You're the master. Suck it up.
yeah, so I've got another buddy of mine who used to work at CERN. He's a physicist. He's in there, and we were talking about apparently warp drive is inches away from being reality as well. We just don't have the power supply yet.
Oh, and we can finally
I don't think that's true though.
build a
is.
spaceship for Movie Bob and send him into a low orbit around the sun.
The trouble is what you need to do is you need to get a really small sun and have it in the center of your
Yeah,
spacecraft.
it's like, oh, only that. All right, that's what I
It's
thought.
like I said, power source. We're not quite there yet.
Yeah,
But yeah,
Yeah, all right.
we're getting there. We're getting there. I think, what
It's like
was
we
it,
know how to
20
do
years
but
ago?
we don't have power.
All right,
But-
but that's the good thing about the Expanse, right?
I love that show.
Right.
I have to
I
get
mean,
back into
you're
it.
the one who told me to get back into it, and I took your advice, and
Yeah.
I'm thankful for that because it did get better after the bad part of season 3, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I have to
Yeah.
get through season 3? I'm stuck in season 2.
Oh well, I just left with the first part of season 3. I'm like, oh my god, this is fucking boring. I'm out of here, and I think it was you, right?
I fell asleep in season 2.
It might, yeah, it's probably me. I've been rambling to everyone that will stand still long enough.
Right.
how much
I
love
think
the
it
Expanse.
might have been you who's like, no, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, but I like that guy, that guy, the detective guy. And you're like,
Yeah.
yeah, but just hold on.
Yeah, because he had a
What?
real film noir kind of esque
Yeah.
feel
Right.
about him. didn't he?
I think it was you, and you're like, yeah, but just hold on. He might be back. You never know.
Trick.
I'm like, all right. I'll watch it then. The fucking shit. And then he came back.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Trick,
Oh,
please,
no, that-
please convince me to get back into that, despite having fallen asleep in the beginning of season 2, because that's really hard. And I did listen to Undoomed and watch Battlestar Galactica, despite the bloody shaking cam that was giving me migraines and, I don't know, close to aneurysms probably.
Oh, I loved Battlestar Galactica. The remake of
Battlestar Galactica is
Show
the
was
best
good.
thing ever.
Yeah, the show was good, but I will never rewatch
Okay.
it because the bloody shaky cam is just making me beyond angry.
Yeah.
Don't you have aspirin in Germany?
Aspirin isn't helping with that. I'm getting a migraine from that shit. Because
No,
I'm
no,
trying to
just
focus
take
on
an
something, and then the camera,
No,
it doesn't just
no,
move
aspirin,
around, it
aspirin.
tilts, and it randomly zooms in and out at the same time. It's what the fuck?
Right. Just get an aspirin.
Now, okay, Undoomed, you love that show, right? Now,
Mhm.
one of my favorite sort of story arcs in that is what was it, season 4, The Trial of Gaius Baltar?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. It played out exactly as I wanted it to. And I had a few people going, How did that happen? How did they really? They should have killed him. I was like, no,
Yeah.
he did nothing wrong. Gaius Baltar is actually pretty much the good guy. He gets fucked over in the beginning and gives up the secrets, and is then basically running for his life the entire series.
Yeah, he's excellent.
Yeah, he was an
He's
excellent
confusing.
character.
The whole intro plot just annoyed me because it just kept going back and forth, and
Yeah,
It's
but
good,
the-
it's
you have to
well
remember,
executed.
Every other series that's ever done this is copied that from Battlestar Galactica.
yeah.
Those guys were the originals when they figured out, like, let's have
Yeah.
like head 6. Let's have a head 6, right?
Yeah, and it's okay in Battlestar Galactica. It's great. It's great writing. But this is the exact thing that broke Stargate Universe, because they tried to copy that and it doesn't fit.
Oh god,
It's this whole thing.
Stargate Universe was an abortion.
Yes.
Yeah, Stargate Universe, yeah.
Yes, and that's the
And
thing.
I-
Stargate.
That wasn't so
I'm-
good.
It's the
I'm
same
the biggest
same
fan
reason.
of Stargate as well.
No, I'm the biggest fan of Stargate.
Okay, yeah, you're the biggest fan of Stargate.
I am happy to take.
Okay.
I am happy to take the third position here. The bronze medal.
Third position.
I mean the third the
Anyway.
bronze medal, third place.
Uh-huh.
No, what I meant to say was Stargate Universe didn't work for the same reason that STD doesn't work for Star Trek. They abandoned the core of what the show is and replace it with something they believe
You're
the
right.
present generation
Yeah,
or
you're
audience
not wrong.
wants.
You're not wrong. Yeah.
Because Stargate had this beautiful thing where you've got the base, and then you've got this magic ring, and you walk through that, and you can have any story you like. Literally any
Yeah.
fucking story you like the moment you walk through that
I'm
ring.
sure, and I'm sure the writers are like, "Holy fuck, this is awesome! I could just write anything. I could make up names and characters and whatever.
And we don't need to
And
fly
it-
anywhere.
It will just work." And then
You
they
can have
they
Renaissance fair world or
Yeah,
futuristic
whatever.
world. Yeah, it's great.
and then they just made that fucking thing.
You know,
Oh,
And they could have
for
they
all
could
its
have made
drawbacks.
something good
Who is-
out of it.
who was the guy? The fucking lead scientist / guy that was going crazy in Stargate Universe? Because he was actually the
Rumpelstiltskin.
only thing the only decent actor in the entire thing.
he was a good actor. I mean, he's that fuckhead. I don't know. What
I
his
think
name is.
the obese nerd guy was good too. I think he was acting well.
Yeah, okay.
But he's not the level of Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah. Robert
I know-
Carlyle. Of course, I should know him. He's a fucking
Right.
one of England's best actors.
Yeah, but
Well,
when he's cast
Scotland,
for,
actually.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
he
getting
was
the
a
timing wrong for
fucking
talking.
asshole. He was a fucking asshole, but he's a good asshole.
Yeah,
He's our asshole.
But every time I see him in
But-
US shows, he seems to play the same character since he played Rumpelstiltskin in that weird Grimm's Fairy Tales soap opera.
What?
Oh,
There was
didn't he?
a
That's-
show called Once Upon a Time, and it started interesting, and where there's this little town in America, and all the characters from Grimm's Fairy Tales lived there, because the Grimm's Fairy Tale world is a parallel universe, and he played Rumpelstiltskin. And the idea isn't new, but it was done well in the beginning.
Rumpelstiltskin? Really?
Yeah.
From
Yes.
from DS9?
What? No.
Rumpelstiltskin was from DS9.
Yeah, that character.
He is
another
also an
one.
ancient fairy tale character. But yes.
You
they
only know
created
Star
him
Trek.
in DS9. Yeah.
I think yes, exactly. That's what I think. I'm gonna go with that.
Okay.
He was created for DS9. Stephen Ira Bear created him.
Oh God.
The Americans are rewriting European history again. Oh no.
There is no
Yeah,
European
I heard-
history.
I heard the Little
Oh,
Mermaid is now black or something.
Of course she is. She was always black, didn't you know?
No, because you're underwater. There's no light coming through. You die of vitamin D deficiency faster than you can think.
No, that's racist.
The sun is racist. The atmosphere is racist.
Yes, everything is.
Yes, the weather is
how-
racist.
You know how with COVID, how we've noticed that certain
COVID is
ethnic groups
racist.
are really suffering because of vitamin D deficiency, and as a result get COVID worse, and yet it's not affecting them in Africa anywhere near as bad because they get enough sunlight over there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I
COVID
told
is-
for years that it's bloody insane for all these Africans to go to the countries where even the Finns, who are pale as fuck, get depressed because they have vitamin D deficiency, and they don't get enough sunlight. Because it's at a different angle, so it's lower energy sunlight and less hours. That's why they get depressed.
Do they even know what the sun is?
Yes.
The Finns, yeah, they see it.
Yeah.
They see it. They have it for about 6 months constantly.
I wasn't that Iceland?
It's Iceland, actually, yeah, but
Yeah.
it's close. I
I
wasn't
don't
being
think the
factually accurate.
Finns. I don't think the Finns have it that long. No, I'm not believing that.
It depends on how much north you are.
Finns
Yeah,
are weird people. but great fun.
Finns don't have the sunlight that much. No, they're not Icelandic.
Oh, but
No,
they're also
that's-
getting really screwed over by social justice. It's pretty amazing.
Really, the Finns?
Oh yes, it's mainly
I didn't
Helsinki.
realize that.
Oh,
What
it's
about the
horrible.
Vikings.
They got
Really?
they got
Jesus.
our Finnish history is amazing. The Finns got like Sweden, they got an all feminist government. All women. Before that, they had conservatives that just were corrupt, and now they have absolutely incompetent, an absolutely incompetent feminist government of young childless women. I think one has children. I'm not sure. And they screwed over the amazing Finnish education system with great ideas like, let's put every one of several different years into the same classroom and have like 30 kids in there and two teachers, and let's sit them down on beanbags in a circle, and that will work
What do you
out
think
well.
this is? Google?
Yes. No, and that is exactly the stuff that we want to get rid of, in because that's just bad. That's a bad educational environment. Finland, the Finnish education system is one of the best in the world, or was, and the joke about it, well, they got good scores with PISA at least, and the joke about it is that after World War II, the Finns came to Germany and asked, can you help us? We kind of need an education system. And German scholars came up with one, gave it to Finland, but it was never implemented in Germany. So we had this generational, decades-long experiment with Finnish children about what a good education system is, and we never implemented in Germany, despite it technically being a German invention. Which is, and instead we just fumble around with socialist bullshit ideas and conservative bullshit ideas and just goes back and forth and screws over generation after generation, because every time the other party gets into power in every state, they make random changes to it that are just all bollocks. Back to Finland. So, the socialists screw over the Finnish education system. They give tons of they keep the borders open, including through COVID time. They give tons of money to the EU and other European countries. I think they gave some to Spain, if I'm not mistaken, several millions.
Yeah, I've seen those Spain dudes making those revisions to the paintings. Have you seen that?
Oh, I think so. I maybe.
Oh
no, I'm
my
no.
God! You haven't seen that?
No.
Jesus Christ!
No. Yeah, anyway, and at the same time, the Finnish socialist government says, we don't have enough money. We need to save money and cut down on relevant things because we need to give more money to the breaking social security and health system because of, well, you get all these awesome refugees there. And at the same time, we need to give more money to the EU that we don't have, so we need to cut down on all the expenses for our own people. They're essentially bleeding it dry to give the money to other cronies on other levels of government. It's pretty scary. It's pretty scary.
Well, you are the Germans, and you are the main instigators of this shit.
Well, not the German people. It's just this polit class of horrible people we can't get rid of because our election system doesn't allow for it.
Well,
we have no way of getting rid of Angela Merkel, for example. It's impossible.
No, you do. You do. You just don't have to vote for her.
No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
Yes, it does.
No, she gets into the Bundestag because her constituency.
Because you vote for her,
no,
assholes.
No, I don't. No. Her constituency is almost.
You just not vote for her. Jesus Christ, how hard is it?
She will always get into parliament because, like all the important politicians, they are in completely safe constituencies where they get about 90% approval.
Yeah,
so they get in.
Can you not vote for her?
How?
Do not put the vote in the box.
That is not voting, and that doesn't affect the vote.
Right. Yeah. Do not vote for her.
Well, I had my own party. I knew what to vote for.
How is this so hard? There's a
point where you got to get tactical and go, right, who is the opposition?
Oh my God!
You cannot vote. You cannot slip.
Yeah, the opposition is socialists. So I have the choice between the crypto socialist and the open socialist. Cool.
Actually, I've got a question for you because I keep on hearing mixed reports about AFD. Are they the evil right-wing Nazis that some people say? Because there's a lot.
Mixed bag.
Because
they have them in there. They have them in there. They did get more moderate over time because by growing to the size they have, that is inevitable. They started very fringe and very extreme, but they are the only platform that is outside the current hegemony of parties. So because of that tainted start, and because they inevitably still have a lot of these really, really far-right people in there, they keep the label. And they are not what an American would call right-wing at all. Because they do have... The Nazis are socialists. So if they have neo-Nazis in there, that would still make them socialists. They have many of such policies still in there. They're not economically right-wing as far as I understand it, and as you would understand it. They are... You could say they are the more nationalistic types compared to all the globalist types on the other side. That is the main difference.
Why can't we just have some nationalist type that is just, I just don't want globalism. Why do they have to be Nazis?
You will instantly get labeled as that if you are not a globalist. That is number one. And, well, the Pirate Party wanted to be a more sane party, and it would have been, logically, it would have ended on a more... It wouldn't have been nationalistic, but it would have not been a globalist party if we had not been subverted completely and taken over by the socialists, who are globalists.
Oh yeah.
So you basically you have that and that's the main difference
So it's
between
just a
red and brown
Borg thing?
socialism.
So it's just a Borg thing?
Globalists?
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially.
Borg,
Well, it's in
like-
any true fascist movement, which the red socialists are as well. The communists are fascist, by my understanding of the word. Or if I just go by Mussolini's definition, which I think is the easiest.
I think the term totalitarian
Yes, that would be more accurate, actually. But
is a little.
I like to get
yeah.
under their skin, honestly,
Yes.
because they are exactly playing the Mussolini book of fascism, which is you are either for me or against me. There is no middle ground. If you are not for me, you are my enemy, and you need to be beaten into submission or killed. Which is
Oh my
what
God, that's exactly what Bush said. Jesus Christ.
and it is what
Remember-
every totalitarian religion said.
Remember Bush?
Which one?
Which one?
The second one,
Yeah.
the guy
Monkey
we,
Man.
we had like the most recent one. He was like, yeah, you're either with us or you're against us. Like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not that kind of a
Yeah,
Well,
I don't want to
yeah.
play that game.
No.
I'm not even in the same
Yeah,
in the
I
same
had-
ballpark. I'm not even in the same stadium as you. I'm not even on the same parking lot. That's not the game I'm playing. You two fight it out, but leave me out of it. And leave all the other
Yeah, no,
decent
I-
folk
I-
out of it, please.
I made
Well,
a massive error a couple of months ago when talking to
You
someone on Twitter.
love those British guys, though. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. What,
No, I
what
was-
were your British guy called at that time?
Oh,
Gordon Brown?
Yeah, no.
No, I mean
No.
you've got more recently you've got Enoch Powell and
No. Back then, the
Oh.
Bush guy, Bush and the English guy, he had like a
Oh,
love
Tony
affair.
Blair.
Tony
Tony
Blair,
Blair.
right?
Oh,
right.
God.
Those guys were gay, totally gay.
I
Those guys were like just fucking. Jesus Christ, how it's
you-
not
you-
even. You can't even say how gay these guys are.
you have no idea how much I hate Tony Blair.
Yeah, I can imagine. He sold you out. Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
between Tony Blair and Gordon Brown,
Mm-hmm.
they set up a financial crisis in the 90s. I mean, I'm going to sound like I'm straight out of the right wing conspirator side here, but this is actually true, and you can check it out. They set it up basically with the exchange rate mechanism joining the EU or matching with the EU. They set up the exchange rate mechanism so that George Soros, essentially, literally George Soros, tried to bankrupt England, and I think he crashed the pound so badly that it cost basically the equivalent of every single person in the country about 20 to 50 quid.
Right.
Which it doesn't sound that much at the same time, but someone runs up and punches me in the nose and nicks 50 quid out of my pocket. I'm kind of pissed about that. And George Soros made billions of dollars, literally shorting the pound.
I'm
because
sure.
of Gordon Brown.
I expect when you say quid, that means buck.
Pound.
Right.
So yeah.
Oh,
It's a
and
little
just
stronger than
and
the
just for
dollar, but yes.
clarification for the sorry to interject. Just for clarification for the confused viewer, no, I am not voting for the AfD. I would rather build my own party again.
Good idea.
Because in Germany you
course,
have to
yeah.
you have to say that. You have to remind everyone that just because you do not outright condemn this party to absolute hell, that you are.
That is not contained within Germany, though.
It's like this you have to do this constant. It's
Yeah.
It's a bit like- it's
every fucking
religious.
country.
It's religious. You have to
fucking country.
constantly demonstrate. No, I am not one of the evil people.
Yeah.
No, I am not a Nazi. No, I am not this. No, I am not that. You have to constantly say it. It's like the a variant of the 2 minutes of hate. Just that you have to
Well,
every
I mean,
time you talk with someone, you need 2 minutes
we
politically.
we have this thing like where we're Americans, and pretty soon that probably won't even matter because we'll get hate speech laws too.
Yeah, they
And then
tried
we'll
them
all be
before in
fucked.
other ways already. Oh, and
We'll,
this pisses me
we'll
off
be
so
fucked
much.
too.
This pisses me off so much. We already have laws against Hassrede, which is the German word for hate speech. We already have that, which means actively antagonizing people
What is
against
it called?
Hassrede.
Hatsrede.
Hassrede. And
Hatsrede.
Hass.
Hats.
No, it's just an S.
Hast.
No, just an S. No T.
Has.
Yeah, now you have it.
Hasrede.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, what that means is actively antagonizing people against a demographic of people based on superficial traits, which would be all of social justice. All of social justice does this. All of social justice does Hassrede. Or Volksverhetzung would be another term. But they never get tried on it due to details in the interpretation of the law. But essentially they do that. Our first paragraph of our constitution talks about, what is it in English? Human dignity is inviolable. Inviolable? Which is very cryptic. What it means is, nobody ever looks this up. What it means is that you, as a person,
like the same thing as we take these things to be, I forget.
you take these things as natural thingy in your constitution,
Oh,
Bill of Rights.
Yeah,
you
no,
know
no,
the thing.
it's a very specific thing.
I had a Biden moment there.
Yeah.
Yeah, literal Biden moment. That.
I know what you mean.
Oh my god.
But it's a cryptic sentence, and I think it's deliberately cryptic, and it is our lesson from World War II. This is probably also why we don't have free speech as our first paragraph, but as I think number 4 or something.
Well, the freedom of speech thing, as I understand it, it's the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights that just about everybody signed up to, and in there it codifies that anyone that signed up to this has agreed to have to give their nation freedom of speech. But they built into the actual freaking UN declaration loads of but this doesn't include mocking someone for various race, gender, etc. So they gave you freedom of speech, and then in the same breath,
That is
Yeah.
because they allowed the
just
Soviet
forget about it.
Union. That is because they allowed the Soviet Union to have their shit worked into that.
Yeah.
The worst people possible, and that is why the Human Rights Charter is a little bit useless. But at least the Human Rights Charter acknowledges private property, which means
Yes.
that by definition, all communism and socialism is in violation of human rights. They go
I
on.
like that.
And
go on.
Yes, and they go on about human rights this, human rights that, you're violating human rights. Your whole ideology is a violation of human rights per definition.
Interesting.
They always come up with new human rights like healthcare or whatnot, which aren't human rights. Because if we talk formally about human rights, we talk about the UN Charter of Human Rights. If you want to talk about what you think should be a human right, that's a whole different issue. But they conflate all of it, while being in violation of human rights. Under human rights, you cannot expropriate property, especially without compensation, which socialism always wants to do what they think is right. It's disgusting.
Right.
If I say something a little bit weird or wrong, that is due to me being German and not having a perfect English vocabulary. I'm sorry about that. I hope the message comes
No
through.
one will hold that against you.
Thank you. Well, there will be people who do that. If I go public, there will be people who do that. Anyway, the thing about the first paragraph
Fuck
of the
those
German
guys.
constitution, and this is important. what we learned from World War II is codified in this paragraph. Human dignity is inviolable. Inviolable? It's a weird word. Cannot be violated. And it doesn't, and it is said that it is formulated this way for a reason. It doesn't mean, so it doesn't say is not allowed to be violated. It says it is impossible to violate it. It cannot be done. So if you do it, you are the worst of the worst. And what it means, what human dignity means in this German law, is you are never to be treated, you the individual must never be treated as a statistic. Never to be treated just by superficial traits about you. So in this law, technically, is already codified that you must never be judged simply based on a superficial trait, on a natural thing about you, as a group. Not by your sex, not by your race, not by your beliefs, not by anything. Social justice, by design, and especially with all this intersectionality stuff, is in constant violation of this paragraph about human dignity, because they categorize everything by superficial attributes.
There you go.
And somehow it slipped everyone's notice. I'm surprised by that. But I only realized that a long time after I stopped being politically active, and I just wonder how do we talk about that? That socialism by design is not just against human rights, but also against our very constitution.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? We have to hunker down now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Really, really seriously.
Yeah, we've already lost. We have to hunker down now.
Well, we are at the end of demoralization phase, I think.
No, we haven't lost. And we're not demoralized yet. Some of us are.
Not entirely.
But until they take my very
but...
last breath from me, and until my heart stops beating, I have not lost. I refuse.
We're talking realistically now.
Yeah. But it's that attitude, I think. I think as long as you choose not to be defeated.
Yes.
You can't be.
Well, yes, there are some stubborn.
Nice. That's very nice.
And there are some stubborn nutjobs like me who just can't shut their traps.
We're talking about like what's going to happen now.
What's gonna happen or what should be done? Because what should be done is what someone needs to do personally, and that is always the hard thing.
It doesn't matter what should be done because we can't do anything. Right now, we're just in for the ride. That's just the way it is.
Let's say that depends on what you have time for or what you're willing to sacrifice time for. And I completely understand that 80 to 90% of the populace can't even afford spending time. That's why vile people have it so easy, and why these cancerous activism groups have it so easy, because they have a lot of time for their dogmatic shit. The problem is that decent people don't want to bother with politics because they want to have a life to live.
Of course.
Yeah. Everybody's too busy getting up at 7, getting to work by 9, working a full day, coming home, kissing their wife on the cheek, watching a bit of TV, having their dinner, having sex, going to sleep, and repeat. That's what everybody wants.
Yeah, and I can't condemn anyone for that. That is...
No, great, go for it, absolutely, but...
That's a fine life. Seriously, that's a fine life.
Freedom to do that. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And to build something, to build a counter movement, especially because against fanatics are always on the move. So anything that counters it will always be late to the party, and that makes it so hard to build up. I know how hard it is to build a political movement or something. Well, I didn't build it from the start. I just managed my chapter here, if you will. And not as good as I could have, part due to health, part due to taking charge too late. Because that thing was basically dead, and I had a plan on reviving it, and I was sitting at the red button. I just needed to push that. The thing is, and this is a story of for another time in detail. I didn't do that because I knew my health is at the brink of what it can take. And had I pushed that button, I would have gotten about 20 to 30 active people in my town alone, which is a lot, it's a damn lot, and who were interested in the actual principles, the core of what the party we built stood for. They still believed in that. And we could have worked with them in a decentralized fashion, as it was supposed to be in the first place, and I'm getting lost in details right now. Thing is, I didn't push that button because my health. Secondly, if I push that button, I can't pursue my health, which in part means the dysphoria odyssey, and so the stress would have killed me, and that would have been a very bad idea, because by pushing the button, by activating those people, after I found them, after long work, would mean I have responsibility for them. And what was currently here in this town was a corrupt swarm of very manipulative people who did not have the causes and interests of our party or movement in mind. They had their own pockets in mind, and maybe their genitals. And I'm not exaggerating. And
corruption in politics, who would have thought?
yeah. Yeah,
No.
and we wanted to be the anti-corruption party. Who would have thought? And yeah, and the thing is, so I would have had responsibility for all these people that were mostly inexperienced with the real political corruption and manipulation, because most of them are nerds. They tend to be a bit inexperienced and subsequently naive about such things. Humans tend to be in general when they haven't encountered really bad people, because why would the people who are around me be bad people? They're always nice to me and smile. Yeah, that's what bad people do. And
True.
And the next thing is, well,
I wish I could be there and prove
fixing.
it to them.
So what did you say?
I wish I could be there and prove it to them.
Oh, Triggerhippy wrote something in chat.
Yeah,
I just tried to stay on this train of thought, which is a bit hard right now.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I just the thing is, it wouldn't stop there, the responsibility, because then, hey, maybe I could have managed to build up the original spirit of this truly liberal movement for our constitution, for basic rights, and modernization, IT modernization, reform of copyright laws, which were all the core things.
This is where I get very upset with people like Nigel Farage and the British system. He is perpetually starting things, getting it 3/4 of the way through,
and then
declaring
out.
victory and quitting, and pulling out. And he nuked UKIP. He nuked, very nearly completely torpedoed the Brexit movement in the process.
Yeah, that's just premature ejaculation.
It's part of me, and this is where I slap my Alex Jones tinfoil hat back on and go, I detect controlled opposition.
Well, if you see a pattern.
What a fuckhead, though.
Yeah.
He fucked everyone he ever came in contact with.
Well, maybe it's just maybe it's his fetish.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, to wrap this part up, why I didn't do it is I have responsibility for the people here, but that wouldn't have fixed the party. I would then need to get into contact with other constituencies.
What about
I think
the party?
then the state level then other states, and eventually the federal level. And in the process, that would have meant to find the good people, activate them, and push out all the social justice extremists and other corrupt people, because those weren't the only ones. They were just the majority block of really corrupt people in the party. And I had built this whole thing, and I sat before the button, the proverbial button, and thought about this for several days, and came to the conclusion, this is nothing I can do and care for my health. I cannot take the responsibility for all these people at this point in time, and because I would just be throwing them to the wolves.
Your health always has to come first.
Yeah, because it would simply fail, because I would fall apart.
Yeah. Your health, 100%.
And it was a really tough decision, and
Gonna get me starting quoting Sun Tzu, but you can only fight the fights that you can win. And if it's gonna do you in fighting a fight, then don't fight it. Get the hell out.
I thought about it. I thought about it long and deep, and I do not regret it, because I thought it through so much. It's still sad that I couldn't do it. I couldn't. Not that I didn't want to. It wasn't. The resources weren't there to do it.
I wish you could have told me about Mercedes, though.
Sorry.
No, you did the right thing.
Thank you.
It's you cannot you can't fight a fight if you're not strong enough to fight it, and by trying to and losing, you've lost that ground then. Avoiding that battle at least allows you to come back to it at another point without having, precedent says, did you guys fuck up here?
I understood. I need to retreat.
Are you guys tired of the precedent saying shit?
Which one?
Oh god, yeah. It's like, these battles have been won / lost at this particular point in time. Therefore, they will always be that way.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I've lost the plot. I don't know what you're talking about.
Precedent, as in, a thing has happened in the past and it went this particular way. Therefore, legally, it's always going to end up that way. What? No?
Yeah.
I've got new arguments. Sorry. Let's rehear this shit. Yes, precedent is.
I also
precedent.
Don't like the precedent. So there's that. I don't care if he fucking loses or not. Am I the only one?
I have bigger concerns than the American election, but
yeah, I do too, and I'm American. Jesus Christ, can you fucking get this shit done? I don't care. One way or the other. One guy has to lose, one guy has to win. All right? Just get it the fuck down.
Here's my take on this, though. If the voter fraud that I suspect, I was there streaming watching the fucking vertical spike happen at 4 o'clock in the morning and was there going, no, that does not happen. No way. That is iffy. We need to look at that. If there is election fraud going off or tampering, that needs to be examined, because that's disenfranchising the will of the people. Etc. And I'm a very big believer that the process must be fair. Otherwise you've lost at that point. You're plummeting into, East Germany.
Empire.
Yeah, you're heading into real problems there. And from what I'm hearing from various sources, which I can't confirm yet, there is a lot of evidence that something really fucking fishy happened there.
Well, let's investigate that then, but fucking get it done. I'm so sick and tired of this shit.
I'm not interested in hearing the news about it. Yeah. I just want the story to come out going, these legal firms have investigated it, and we're bringing all of these people up on charges, and we're overturning or we're upholding this.
Right.
That's all I need to know. Let the the lawyers, the legalese, people that understand what's going on decide it, not the press.
Right. I don't care. I mean, it could just be that nothing happened. I'd be fine with that too. If you're going to say nothing happened, everything's fine, all right, fine. Just get it the fuck done. I'm sick and tired of this shit.
It's been stressful. I got a friend of mine from Georgia, who is he is following every piece of the news. He is following absolutely everywhere, and it's driving him up the wall. He is is suffering from stress. He can't sleep at night. He's saying some really bonkers stuff. And I'm just like, dude, just stop watching it. Come play PUBG with us or something. Just take your mind off that shit. Let's just go and play a computer game. Because
especially,
is there anything you can do right now? You know, if it comes to be time for the Heartlands to rise up or whatever, sure, by all means do your bit when it's time. But don't drive yourself into an early grave.
But it's not a bit.
Needlessly.
You can't say bit. That's degrading. You have to say do your part.
Do your part. Fine.
Yeah.
okay.
Whatever.
Fucking
When you editing my language, goddammit.
Yeah, but it just sounds so fucking degrading when you get Brits say that. Do your bit. Fuck off. I'm sorry. It's just I have to be honest.
Look. You know, anyone that mixes tea with river water, this just doesn't get.
I don't know, tea. What is tea?
I don't drink tea. I drink coffee. I'm more American than I am English at this point.
Tea is a
There you
herbal
go.
infusion made with the tea plant, Thea sinensis.
There you go. You just gotta get some
that we stole from the Chinese
coffee.
and planted all over India.
Yeah, but you made some weird hybrids that taste weird. You mix them with the Assamica, which is a really bad plant.
What does it matter? Starbucks got it covered.
I don't want pumpkin
no,
spice
not Starbucks.
whatever in my tea. What the fuck is that?
You
Fuck
just
Starbucks.
want some.
I don't want
Starbucks.
vegetables in my
That's it.
tea.
Right.
No,
Okay.
you just
I'm gonna
want
go make a
Starbucks.
coffee. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna demonstrate what a fucking coffee looks like in a minute. I'm gonna use one of my God knows how many fucking coffee machines I have in my
This
house.
is interesting. So you have like
22?
no. I'm like he walked away and he still got.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
he
Yeah,
has
yeah,
a
I
headphone.
still got
have-
a connection.
I have Bluetooth headset because, unlike some other English boomers that I
He's a
could
cyborg.
mention, some of us are capable of going and making a drink without fucking off for half an hour.
I think maybe I know who you're talking about, but that name shall never be mentioned.
I think he's having a bit of a stressful time at the moment, poor chap.
Oh god.
Oh,
We were
he
looking
is?
at-
So it's
Yeah.
every beginner mistake.
No, I don't want to. I mean, I
Ah.
like him, so.
Yes.
I don't wanna-
I've got a lot of time
He's
for Mr. of a cat, but yeah.
He's a nice
no,
chap,
we-
but
we-
holy hell.
When his site crashed the day, we ended up sort of flooding various places with a few spicy memes, and he got a little upset with one or two.
Okay. Yeah.
Dude, what did he expect?
Uh,
That's what happens.
Well, that's it. You know, my take is if you're going to surround yourself and make a platform based on taking the piss out of people, and
You need to be able to take the piss.
you need to occasionally take it on the chin. I'm afraid. It's,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
but no, I wish him all the best with that, and I have it on good authority that that it should all be working fine soon. It's just a minor infrastructure error.
Right, but
You know,
did he actually delete all his channels?
No, not yet. Not
No.
yet. And
No.
Uh,
Okay.
He's short of
Actually,
$1 million
well,
on his main channel.
Isn't that what he said?
He said that. He said he's going to do that, but I know V's spoken to him about it. I know a lot of people that have got his ear have gone, for God's sakes, don't do that. If you must, just stop using those channels, but leave them there with the subscribers, because if you ever want to raise awareness about something, you've got 1 million people you can ping at will. Delete it,
Right.
and you're starting again.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
You know, let them go dormant. There's no harm in letting a
Yeah.
YouTube channel
Yeah.
just sit there.
Yeah, of course.
This is what surprises me so much about him. He likes history so much and battles and all of that shit. But here he fails to translate the wisdom of battle to what he's doing politically and with his media stuff.
It doesn't really matter what the translation of battle is. It's more about what the translation of the word is.
No, that's what I mean. He has what Trig said. He has covered ground already. That's stable.
Yeah.
And nuking it himself is completely depriving him of somewhere to
but
fall
you're
back
missing
to
the point.
in
You're
case
missing
something
the
happens to his
point.
new place.
No, you're missing the point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I love the guy. I think Sargon is an excellent guy.
Yeah.
And I've never had anything but nice interactions with him. So I don't want to talk shit about him. I just think it was like, what is this new name?
So don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to talk shit either. It's just everyone seems to agree that his current strategy is just flawed.
Well,
You know what?
And that
kinda
includes
like,
the name.
It was kind of like, you remember when Sargon was going to do liberalists, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was
That
talking
made more
about it for
sense.
months, and it's like blah blah blah. We're going to do this thing. It's going to be awesome. And I was like, oh, this could be interesting. I'm really curious about what happened. And then he's like, we're going to call it the liberalists. I'm like, oh my God. And then he did it again.
Yeah, but that was still a better name than this now, because he could have
We're going to call it the Lotus Eaters. Like,
he could have called it potheads, and people would
allowed
have
to ever name anything ever again officially.
Yeah. Sargon does not get to name stuff in the future. It's like McKay in Stargate Atlantis.
I love you guys. Yeah, exactly. Like exactly.
Seriously,
like
it's
that guy, like McKay. Exactly.
It's
you don't get to name anything ever again.
Yeah.
I love Sargon. He's a good guy. He's always been good to me, and he's a great guy to talk to. But yeah, he the names he chooses is like, all right, that could have been better.
Remember what Carl Jung said about ideas?
Something about a cigar.
No. You don't have people don't have ideas. Ideas have people. And I've noticed this a lot with the artist friends I've had back in the day when I was more around here at the Arts University. They have ideas, and they can be some are good, most are absolute shit, and they are always completely obsessed with following through until they're broke.
Right.
Because it's just the perfect thing in the world, and despite everybody telling, no, please, no, don't. It's a sunken cost fallacy.
Good idea. I had a really good idea in my late 20s. It was a fantastic idea, and I was going to do it right, and I'd got the best idea, and in the space of a year, it cost me £50,000 worth of savings. And I walked away from that going, I need a pub. I need a pub now.
I think you got some good pussy out of that. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
I can't even go into what I was doing because I've signed all sorts of papers and
classified.
Stuff, essentially.
Yeah, that's always a good excuse.
Yeah, it was stuff to do with data security, and it cost me a freaking fortune, and I got totally freaking screwed over.
I remember playing with you guys, and that was the entire spiel I had.
Oh, yeah.
Remember
sometimes you need to let a good idea go because you're not capable of carrying it through. Somebody else will carry that idea. There is enough synergy in the world with what's I used to go out with a really hippie girlfriend. She had a really good phrase for this. Some sort of I don't know, it was a Kasich Records or whatever. But basically, the idea is that yeah, as Young says, you've got these ideas floating around in thought space, and various people tap into it at the same time all over the world.
Yeah.
And so if you're not the right person for it, if you can't carry it through, don't make a mess of it for other people, because someone might be able to do it. But at the same time, if you can do it and you're the right person and you know it, you've got to give it a go. So
Holy
maybe I
shit.
was right to give it a go, but oh,
Well, how would you know?
Are
try
you
it?
sure she what?
The thing is, if you have the
No,
idea, if you have the right idea, you don't know yet if you are the one who can follow through with it. Because do you have
It-
the knowledge? Do you
No,
know
you
people who can help
know,
you?
you
Do you
know.
have the resources, the materials to follow through with
You
it?
That's
It's
know
all
in
things
your
that need to come
heart.
together.
I
know
was
in your
looking at it and I
heart.
needed to raise a large six-figure sum to get through the R&D and everything else and start production, and I put in my chunk. You know, I went all in, and backers pulled out, and organizations that I was working with kind of locked me up, and yeah.
Whoa. When was
Yeah,
this?
this would be about 18 years ago now, maybe more.
Oh, okay. So that was back in the old days.
It was back in the old days. I had a very good idea for
Right.
data
Because
security.
that's when I started my company, and I just
Mm.
basically I did the Steve Jobs things, and I just walked into a bank office and like, yeah, I want to do this, and they're like, awesome, here's your money. Um, so
Oh,
it's
I
like,
wish they'd done that to me. I tried that, and they were like, "Oh, that's nice for you. Where do we come in?" I was like, "I want money." They're like, "That's funny." Yes. Tell you what, show us you got some turnover, and then we'll talk.
right, okay, well that's I understand that's the way it is now, but
Yeah.
back then, Jesus, you could just get money. You could just show up and say, "Hey, I like money."
You like money? I like money too. It seems we have a lot in common. Yeah. That works with banks. Ah, dear. But yeah, no, that I tell you what, that experience nearly turned me into an alcoholic. I went to Spain after that, lived there for 6 months, and I was drinking brandy with a shot of cortado coffee next to it for breakfast, and
Right.
following on from there, Spain is a really boozy place if you if you let it.
I've never been there.
Yeah, for the price it would cost you to get there, I would imagine you could probably go somewhere better. I mean,
Yeah.
certainly South America. I mean,
Yeah,
you go to Chile, and get a very Spanish experience, I bet.
I guess it's just never been one of those things that distracted me.
No, Italy, on the other hand,
Yeah,
Italy's pretty. Oof.
Italy is more of a thing that has
Yeah,
attracted me.
yeah. I would go back to Italy in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
Sadly,
never been there, but that thing I would understand.
Mm,
sadly,
yeah,
my
no,
experience
Spain's.
of Spain is limited to the 17th state of Germany. My mother
Well,
wanted to when I was early teens. My mother wanted to see Mallorca, which is a horrible island. It's
It
it's
is.
it's a horrible tourist trap
right.
for Germans, and
What
it's
was it called?
my
Majorca.
Mallorca,
Majorca. Okay.
Mallorca.
Yeah,
Ma- you
it's
write it
it's it's
Mallorca,
it's
Uh,
it's
Malle.
spelt. No, it's spelt Majorca. It's got a J in there that's silent.
Yeah, but
MAJ.
the Germans shorten it
oh,
to Malle.
Ah,
Mela.
Malle. It's horrible. And
see,
Mele.
it's not the worst of the Canary Islands though. If you really want a really shitty Canary Island, go to Lanzarote. which
heard
looks
that
like the
name.
moon. It's
Looks-
a
looks
volcanic. It's basically a volcano, and the
Oh.
beaches are black. They have black sand on them, and if you go inland, you literally sort of like, holy shit, this is like the moon or Mars.
But that's
The
good.
But that
landscape.
sounds
good.
great. That sounds like a great
Yeah.
vacation.
That sounds awesome. What do
it's-
you mean?
It's well, okay. As a kid wanting to go on a summer holiday and play on beaches and stuff like that, it was like, ugh, this is horrible. But actually,
Why?
Yeah.
they have a very, very cool restaurant at the top of the main volcano where they just basically slap the
They have
food.
a volcano?
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
awesome.
They slap big chunks of meat onto a big fucking grate and just winch it down with a chain into the volcano, and then winch it back up again, and there's your food cooked.
Geothermal cooking.
Are you sure you're not thinking about Indiana Jones?
No, it's literally no, Lanzarote. It's crazy.
That is pretty cool.
Holy moly.
That is pretty cool. But I can tell you, as an early teen, so like 12 years old, 10 to 12, Mallorca is shit. It's just full
Oh,
of
yeah.
annoying
Well,
people.
I think we already said that.
I just wanted to drive that home. It's a horrible place. I always just want to go to
Unless
Greece
you're
and
gonna
see
say
the
it's like
ruins.
the best thing that ever happened, yeah?
Eh,
No.
You know,
no,
You know,
nah.
what, I'm going to take back my comment about Lanzarote, because thinking about it, it actually stuck in my mind forever as a God. This is a weird place.
Oh, you're
so
gonna be.
I'm gonna. Whilst I wasn't enjoying it at the time, perhaps as much as I wanted to. Yeah, it did burn itself in there. I'll see if I can find a picture of. Yeah, here you go. This is. I'm just going to drop this picture in the chat. This is what Lanzarote looks like inland.
Ooh,
Oh my god, that
Oh, that
looks
is
like
awesome.
Arizona.
that's what Arizona looks like? This looks like a
Kinda.
scenic view of Mars.
Like
Well,
exactly, it looks like Mars.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Well, you know,
That's a bit small, but nice.
what did you think Arizona looked like?
Let's see if I can throw this into
Yes.
the video.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's
I
guess it's kinda
love the
wild.
desert, by the way. I mean, I'm gonna retire in the desert as soon as I can just get enough money. I'm just gonna buy some fucking place out in the Mojave Desert. That's my plan.
I can't blame you, actually. I mean, to be honest, actually, looking at what's going off in England at the moment, I was legitimately looking at land prices in Texas.
Mhm.
It's like, hold on a second. If I could buy how many acres for how much,
Yeah.
and I can have
Yeah.
guns there? Holy shit!
Ooh la la.
Set up a little English compound, call it, government in
Yeah.
exile.
The English are coming.
I was trying to convince a few of my friends for the MAGA march that happened yesterday. I was just like, what you want to do is you want to get everybody to wear GOP colors, so everyone wearing, I don't know, maybe a red jacket or something, and march on Washington. I was like, no, Trick, no, we're not having redcoats marching on Washington. Oh,
Damn it.
God, that'll look great.
Yeah, and then everyone can question them and like, yeah, are you conservative? No, I'm fucking British.
Oh, geez, oh no, they're coming again. Get the bell, run! That would have been nice. That would have made my day. So somehow it didn't go down well with it.
Damn it. I wonder what those Brits drank.
That would be, yeah. Oh no. We've taken a look and we've decided to reclaim America. You keep fucking it up. No. That would have been funny. Was it 1 million people there? I saw some pictures that looked big, and then I saw some other pictures that looked like a handful. But that's
I have no
that's the press
idea.
release.
Like, yeah, I have no idea. Like, they said it was, but obviously that was the marketing. So I have no
They-
idea.
They say a lot of things, don't they?
Yeah, it's like a million people are gonna show up. Yeah, okay, but did they though? I have no idea.
Nobody knows what 1 million people really looks like. Yeah, the moment you get much past a couple of thousand people, and it's just a sea of freaking heads at that point.
I mean,
It's like-
You can get a feeling
I mean,
for.
the only time I've ever seen like a huge gathering was like, when Jean-Michel Jarre had a concert.
I love his shows. Like
Right.
lasers and I'm gonna play lasers and make music out of it.
Concerts?
Yeah,
I
that's
mixed
the-
them up.
That's the only time I've actually seen like, oh my God, this is 2 million people. All right, now I know what that looks like. Otherwise, I have no idea how to judge that.
You get a bit of experience and feel for that if you are a lot at demonstrations and
Yeah.
make your own estimates.
Right,
So
but they always have their own estimates. Nudge, nudge.
Yeah,
wink,
no, I
wink.
know. And it depends. It doesn't just depend on you, the demonstrators, and the police and the media. It also depends on the cause and whether it is for or against the government. So, 100,000 people will easily be toned down, just called 30,000 in the news, when it's, for example, when we were against data retention, and a few thousand will easily be propped up to 30,000 if it is something the government likes to happen.
Right. That's
I
goody.
don't remember an example for that, but it happened too, and it's always really annoying. You show up with insane amounts of people, and then the media just says, "Oh, a couple thousand."
They did that a lot with UKIP marches and
And
things like Tommy Robinson marches and so on. They would always play that down. Oh, it's only a couple of hundred people, and you've actually, if you were
Right.
there, you were going, "This is millions of people here."
right, and they'd be like, "But it's Sargon, so we're gonna fuck him."
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
it's like the difference between the coverage difference between the Trump and the Biden rallies. Where you have these full stadiums with Trump, and the
Yeah.
media's like, couple people.
Yeah, same thing.
And you have
Same thing.
the dozen at the Biden thing that are probably not even all interested. Some are probably
Yeah, it's
just
like three people in their car.
yeah, and two of them are probably just what would you call it? Traffic accident
Dead.
tourists.
Yeah, rubberneckers. Oh, what's going off over there? I'll hang around and see what's going off. Yeah.
Yeah,
because that was really obvious in 2016. There was a couple of I remember seeing a couple of Hillary Clinton stuff that was done in, what was it? It was like in a basketball court in a school, and the way they'd shot it, it did look like there was lots of people there, and then you see the slightly wider angle, and it's like, oh, that's that same group of people they've shot from different angles. It's 50 people max.
I think they just noticed that the copy-pasted background crowd with the same three soldiers didn't work well in the past.
It's
I
still
think
not
Bush
as
had a
good
few
as
of
what
that.
Korea did. The best one I've seen though was what Korea did with their football matches or the sports matches earlier
Korea.
this
Okay.
year. Yeah, did you see what they did?
No.
They because they weren't allowed, because COVID and this that and the other, they basically wouldn't allow anyone in the stadium. But they didn't want the stadiums to look empty, so they filled it up with sex dolls.
Oh, I remember that.
Sex-
Oh,
I remember that. That was
my
creative.
God.
Yeah, it's like I was watching. I was like, hold on a second.
Yeah,
That's,
everyone,
oh my gosh. Oh.
everyone except for Korea are like, hold on there, buddy. boy."
This is a new level. This is a new level of
Why-
Potemkin village.
Why does that
And
crowd look
all those
surprised? Oh,
yeah, everyone in South Korea is be like, what are you talking about? This is cool. Everyone else is like, hold on there, buddy boy.
I'm telling you,
What are
all,
you doing?
this is just the start of all of us getting replaced by robots, and then robots will watch robots doing robot things.
Sure, but
No human
then
will
we'd
watch
be
anymore.
dead. Then we'd be dead. So who cares?
Yeah, literally, and
that's the
then
next evolution, I guess.
yeah, but then the Enterprise from some other species was built and comes over and checks on this planet and wonders what the fuck is going on here.
Yeah, but we'll still be dead. So I
It's
don't
a
see
planet
what.
full of animated sex bots.
all the sex bots are going to be here, and we'll still be dead.
Yeah, but it'll make an
So-
interesting episode.
Yeah. Okay.
Then they investigate and do some science archaeological stuff and figure out what went wrong with this culture that this was the outcome.
You can write the script for this. This is really easy, actually. You just did you ever see an old film called Cherry 2000?
No.
It's real
No.
80s schlock, but it's about that. The human race is basically dying out, and nobody's got their sperm counts have dropped, and this, that, and the other, radiation, and this one guy is massively in love with his sex bot that he's got, and it blows up, and he has to go out into the Badlands to find another one because the manufacturing facilities have been broken, and he hears there's a stash of them somewhere, and yeah. So you take it from there, and you just go, oh, the human race slowly dies out, and all the sex bots that they've all hooked up with carry on living because they just keep replacing their batteries. 2,000 years later, totally populated by sex bots wandering around.
I had no idea this was thought through already in the 80s. It's
Oh, yeah.
amazing. It's
Oh, yeah.
amazing.
They knew
At
what they
the
were
same
talking
time as
about.
They Live and various other films like that
Oh
came
yeah.
out.
Well, yeah, it's a
They knew their
surprisingly
shit.
likely apocalypse.
Yeah. Human race all falls in love with their various sex bots because they can't stand to live with the opposite sex. No babies are born. And
Very
just
Well,
prescient.
that is not
Very
our fault.
prescient.
That is not our fault. That is evolution's fault, and if you're religious, that is the fault of your oh so intelligent design.
Oh. There's definitely a short story there, isn't there? Maybe I should get back into writing.
I
My
have some
writing's
old-
all.
Yeah,
it's
I
narcissistic
didn't hone
drivel every single
mine
time.
since 10 years ago.
Why aren't you writing?
Every time I try to write something, it turns into whenever I reread it, I just go, "This is just narcissistic drivel. I hate it," and throw it away. I am my own worst critic.
All right, then I
okay.
have a proposition. Because my
Okay.
writing stuck something over 10 years ago as well. So when I look at that, it's cringy.
Yeah. No,
We
that-
can be each other's critics. How about that?
Fair enough.
At least when I get better and this thing up here starts working again. So this seems to be one of these creative brains that when they're healthy they chalk out stuff.
Send me anything. I mean, somehow I've become insanely busy. I'm almost a YouTuber.
We're all
these days.
busy. We're all busy.
Yeah.
And it's
But
not
yeah,
something.
no, send me anything. I'll give it a read. My mum just did that to me. She's just written a book about her life story.
Oh, great.
You know what? It is interesting. She was married to a professional racing driver, and this, that, and the other. We did stuff, without a doubt. And yeah, she wrote that, and it was like, oh, here's a copy of it. Give it a proofread. And it's like, oh, this is horrible to read. I hate reading about stuff. But she's published it. She's sold 50 books, which is not bad for a self-published author, I guess.
Yeah.
But no, I am not good. All of my stuff is, as I said, narcissistic drivel.
Oh, we'll see.
But there's
The thing is,
some
the
ideas
thing
I
is
still
you
want to play
need
with.
other people. You need other people to give you pointers, not just your own weird mind, because your own weird mind is very biased about your own
Yes.
stuff, either in the too positive or in the too negative direction, and with some people both.
Yeah. I definitely think I fit in the both category. For whilst I'm doing it, I think it's the best thing ever. And then I come back to it a couple of weeks later. I'm like, oh, what was I thinking? This is
Oh, that's a
terrible.
good thing. That is a good thing.
Mm.
You know,
Certainly,
it's
if
the
I-
same
if it-
Pareto principle. Most ideas you have are shit.
Yeah.
I have a drawer because in my free time, what I had fun with because I like systems, is inventing board games. And I have a drawer with 80 board game ideas, of which 78 are shit.
Fair enough.
And 2 developed fine enough. So not all the 78 are absolute shit. Just there's a lot you just try out and figure, this is going nowhere. But you still need to have the bad ideas and discard them because you gain experience from them.
Yes.
And that's why you need to keep writing. Nobody started with his first good book, and it's Ernest Hemingway. I think said it. That your first draft is always shit.
Mm.
So never publish your first draft. Never love your first draft. Your first draft is always shit. The whole thing.
Yeah. No, I had a. I did the pre-C sort of prep work and overview of what would have been about 7 books worth, and yeah, no, the general idea of I'd probably work better as a TV series, and it would actually be better in my opinion now, taking the main hero character and making him actually the main villain, and telling it from a reverse point of view. But I don't know. It's maybe or even maybe switch. Well, yeah. The idea was essentially it was a polymath type character that over a period of 200-300 years creates a god in a box, IT sort of thing, and releases it onto the world, and it then realizes it can travel back in time and then goes back in time, creates an unlimited number of universes with an unlimited number of possibilities, and makes sure that its future happens. Kind of a self-creating god, if you like.
Wait,
Yeah. That
wait, what?
sounds difficult to write.
How did that happen in the first place?
Right, it happens in the first place with sort of the main character essentially having a dream of an invention, and he invents that thing, and that makes him very
Is
wealthy.
that like the lament configuration, or?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, that's like the box in Hellraiser that they open.
No, kind of. Basically the concept is it's a guy. He has this invention. He creates that invention. He just keeps on having these weird moments of inspiration. And eventually, the inspiration leads him to. The idea is to create an AI of almost infinite capability through quantum entanglement. So it has 0 lead time between decisions and actions, and creates this sort of AI in a box that's made of quantum entangled particles, and it breaks out and escapes into the universe. And basically the end ends up being the god ends up as broad as the universe.
So you're talking about FTL computing?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
This sounds like the gist of it.
Sorry, what?
May I?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
I'm still. This is sorry. This is what I get wrong all the time. Is the timing of when I can interject into the conversation or say something. And that's why I'm talking over you all the time, and it annoys me that I'm not talking over you all the time, which is something I need to get in check if I ever do this shit here for real. And gist of it sounds like God creating itself through an idea.
By proxy, yeah.
The idea of God.
That would be the cheap version of it.
No, yeah, but it's what is behind this. Someone is possessed by the idea to essentially create a God, which is the God creating itself, because it's an intangible being.
No, but that's like
Yeah.
a movie tagline.
Yes. Yeah, my brain just breaks down things to their simplest forms. I just babble on for a long time.
I mean,
Babylon 5.
there's all sorts of bits in it where God meets itself, and newly created God meets old God, destroys old God, then goes back into time to create itself again, and realizes it's just killed itself.
And you
this
should
will
get a hold
only
of
work
yourself
as a-
before you're making a Christopher Nolan movie. There, like, oh my god!
I tell you, this will only work if you write it as a long, extravagant book series first.
No.
Because
it has to be
otherwise-
like a Nolan movie, and that just
No,
won't
you
do.
can't do the movie right without having explored this whole thing properly.
No, you can't do the movie right if it's a Nolan movie, because it's gonna be fucking stupid and it's gonna be convoluted as fuck.
Well, the idea was it would take a long time, and as I said, the main protagonist ends up, essentially prolonging his own life and starts to plays with morality because he's, has his love affair with this person, and this person becomes in danger because of who they're in love with and how powerful they are, and so he wipes their memory and there's lots of morality questions to be explored within the whole sort of structure.
And maybe the machine could fool him into falling in love with someone that isn't even real. How about that?
That's actually part of it, is because he essentially ends up just traumatizing the living crap out of one person by wiping their memory and then making them fall in love with him over and over and over and over and over again. Every time they run off and leave him.
Okay.
He just mind wipes them and
That sounds sadistic. All right.
Oh yeah,
like
he's
it.
not the main character, not a good guy, but
Awesome.
also the creator of God and the universe by proxy, by accident. And as I said, when I reread it, I was like, I'm just writing me into this in a really narcissistic way.
You should. You're the writer.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Don't Mary Sue yourself.
No.
Yeah,
Of
that's
course
the
not.
danger.
Of course not. No. I mean, you should make yourself the stupidest, worstless, most fucked up character ever in the book.
Yeah, don't Wesley
Well, that's
Crusher.
the idea. He is totally fucked up. He is a total fuck up. But he just gets these occasional bits of inspiration and acts on them, which I think is everyone should. But
you can do a nice time paradox with that, because the entity he creates can be the very thing that gives him the ideas to create it.
That's exactly what happens. Yeah. Yeah. That's
Ruined
exactly
the plot.
It. Yeah.
Now I don't need to read it anymore.
Yeah. No. If you know what, like, if someone can take that and run with it and actually make something of it, because I probably never will. I have far too many fucking things I want to do.
Why not? Why not run with it?
At the moment,
fear of commitment.
Oh my god, you just summed up my entire life. Oh, I laugh, but ouch.
Ouch and laugh and ouch and laugh.
Should I apologize?
No. No.
That depends.
Nail, head, and bang.
Bada bing, bada bam.
Brain's still working somewhat.
Seems to be.
Yeah, it's just impaired.
You know what? With regards to IQ tests, etc., I used to know someone. I do know someone that used to administer IQ tests for Mensa, and when they IQ tested themselves, they were just totally off the charts. And he's just like, I'm not. I just do the tests so often that I've become really, really good. I know what the answers are.
Because they only change them every few years.
Right.
In Mensa. And the Wexler thing is just being developed. The Wexler 5 is just being developed this year. for the standard IQ tests.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, they're very different things. Very different things.
Right.
And all have their own flaws. Because
Well, I mean,
if you are really interested in understanding IQ, G, intelligence, I recommend Richard. I think it's Richard Hayer's book, The Neuroscience of Intelligence. And he also clears up some of the misconceptions or errors or mishaps in wording of the bell curve. It's a neat little book.
uh-huh. Yeah. The bell curve. Go boy. Even mentioning that in the wrong circles can get you in trouble.
Yeah.
I know.
Holy fuck.
I know. Well, I thought it very nice that he mentions it and directly addresses what was done wrong in that book, and not just not just blindly, but
What's his
what's
last
right
name?
about it and what's wrong about it. Haier, Haier.
I'm sure I've got that book. I'm just looking at my bookshelf now, and that rings a bell. I've got so many freaking books I haven't read yet.
I think the standard version has a green back.
Have a look. Is that it?
Oh no, it's black, but it has a little green thing at the bottom. Here. This
No,
one.
I don't have that book. Or at least if I do, it's not because I've got a couple of books on neuroscience. My sister's doing a master's in it. Well, sort of. It's part of her master's.
Yeah, it's nice.
But no, I got bought a bunch of books recently, which the Clash of Civilizations, the remaking of the New World Order. It's real freaking heavy
World Order.
political shit.
Oof. Jesus.
Yeah. And what was
It's
the
not
other
enough.
one?
It's not enough with the New World Order.
End of
that we
History
have?
and The Last Man as well, which is totally fucking flawed.
Was that Fukuyama?
So what about the Great
Yeah, that's
Reset?
Fukuyama, yeah.
What about
Yeah.
the Great Reset?
Ugh. I've read a bit about it. It sounds horrifying. I don't fully understand what they're getting at with the Great Reset yet, but it sounds like an attempt at total world domination. I mean, it's. Are you familiar with the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah.
Great Reset sounds like a really good step on the way towards that.
Yeah. I'm
Sure.
not even sure myself either. Like you're saying, I'm trying to get a grasp on it, and they've been talking about the Great Reset now, and I'm like, not sure what you're talking about. But I've certainly seen some things, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure either.
Well, it's basically throwing humanity back before agrarian culture, or it's
No, I don't think that's what they're
No,
talking
it's
No.
the Great
Is that
Reset as
something
far as
else?
is a new industrial revolution.
Yeah.
It's basically taking you back to the Industrial Revolution and restarting economics
Oh,
and
okay,
sociology from that stage.
Okay, I thought it was the
Yeah,
other.
it's some sort
thought it
of
was the insane
New
thing.
World Order shit.
It's total New World Order shit. It's fucking
Yeah.
terrifying. It's the globalists. It legit is the fucking globalists.
The problem is always when people call things conspiracy theories. The problem is mainly people can have ideas. People can have very bad ideas. Most bad ideas never come into practice because the people having them have no means to follow through with them, have no power, or are depressed enough that they don't do anything. But people with power also have ideas, so someone pitches ideas to them and they think, oh, this is amazing, let's do this. And that's all it is. It's all it is. It's just people with bad ideas that happen to have the means to do something.
You sound like
to
it sounded
make them.
exactly like Ranting Monkey when you said that.
I don't think I've watched that guy for 10 years.
Oh, you sound exactly like. Oh my god, I've been ranting monkey.
Yeah, we are. I don't know. I don't know.
Someone is
even if
playing.
that's-
Someone is just playing a very, very big and very dumb and incompetent game of Civilization. Didn't read the manual, and doesn't know how to load a save game. And we're stuck with that idiot.
Yeah.
That's
There
the
you
main
go.
problem.
Yeah. Meanwhile, some of the his opposing players are going for a cultural victory, and he doesn't know how to stop it. Off
Mhm.
Islam. Off.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Get that.
Well, you guys, you have a real problem with that in the UK.
Yeah.
Jesus
Oh, yeah.
Christ.
Oh yeah. In fact, hold on a second. Let me. I'm just gonna shamelessly shit.
Oh,
One second, because this
if-
fucking.
have you heard?
Did you? Yeah, because you watched the stream, didn't you? On this fucking covert human intelligence spell. That
The what?
Scrump and I did the other day.
The what
The
intelligence
covert
thing?
human intelligence spell. This thing, the stream that I did with Scrump the other day. Did you not see that?
Yeah,
If you-
yeah, I did.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
but
Yeah,
which
because that's
I
that's the
don't know
real
what you're
fucking
talking
terrifying.
about. Yeah, I
That's-
don't know
that's-
what you're talking
Outrageously fucking terrifying.
about. Okay.
This is this food standards agency being able to shoot you in the street kind of nonsense.
Oh, that thing. We went back to
Um,
that one.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, no,
Jesus
that's-
Christ.
This is the real fuck. They've with the Snoopers Charter and a thing called the Ripper Act, which is the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act.
Essentially, this is if you
between-
demonstrate against the government, they can just shoot you down.
Yeah.
Yeah, or black bag you, interrogate you, torture you, and turn you into
Yeah,
an ass.
Stasi, Gestapo
which is-
shit.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I doubt
yeah.
they will use it against the Islamists because they've not done any shit about them. It seems, ever. They
Are you
just
kidding?
go and harass.
Are you-
They just go and harass
Are you
anyone
kidding?
else.
Actually, they do that a lot with regards to Islamists. The problem is they're fanatics, and they.
Okay, then the problem is that there's not enough reporting on that.
Of course not. You don't report on what the intelligence services are doing. Christ. Yeah,
Well, no. The thing is, what I do know. Oh, right now I realize you do have overcrowded prisons with Islamists, but we never hear about how they got there, or very rarely.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah. No,
that
they
is a
get-
problem.
They get a lot of them. It's actually quite rare that we have an actual attack in the UK that isn't, literally the 6 armed police officers right behind the guy as he tries something.
Yeah, I've
they
heard
get
that
a lot of
from
them.
I've heard that from German policemen that we don't have constant terror attacks here is because they're actually working really well, and
Yeah.
and the threat level is way higher than is communicated. Of course, you can excuse that with we don't want to panic the population, but at the same time, politics at large isn't going to solve the problem. What I wanted to mention, maybe you've heard of it, Syria wants to rebuild and put up a summit inviting all the nations and to call back the refugees so that everyone comes back and can rebuild their happy little sandbox country.
Is
And
that
the EU
good?
and
Yeah.
Germany refuse to show up, especially Germany.
Is that good though?
The crazy thing is, I mean, I've worked with a lot of Syrians. I used to work with them where I used to work, which is a top-end aerospace company. Very intelligent, very well-educated people. Really,
Mhm.
Syria pre the interventions and civil war was well on its way to being not quite a first world country, but they had an absolutely excellent education system, and those that could get it did very, very well in it, much like
Mhm.
Libya. And then we all charged in there and fucked it all up royally. And now we have and so all of these guys, when they were saying, doctors and engineers, with regards Syrians, actual Syrians, there's actually quite a high
They didn't
probability
get
that
shit.
but they were quite well-educated people there. But
Yeah,
we weren't getting fucking Syrians.
yeah,
That's the
the
problem.
Syrians were the minority of people we got.
Yeah, no, it's
That's sad.
the thing is, if you,
It's easy to spot
a lot
because
of
Syrians are
Syrians,
white as hell.
yeah, I was going to say most Syrians look like they're Italian.
Most we
They're-
got
they're-
here
they're
are
men.
very, very, very sunbathed, let's say.
Mm-hmm. No, Syrians are Mediterranean. They are, yeah, potentially a really good country. Was.
Mm-hmm.
It's,
Yeah,
I'll tell you the wild things. If you look back in time, Assad's wife is an English chick,
Oh,
and he met her whilst he was over here studying dentistry. 'Cause he's a fucking dentist.
I remember.
Bashir al-Assad is a fucking dentist.
And he probably doesn't
by
like Game
trade.
of Thrones.
Yeah, and he married this lovely English girl, and I think it's even as far as 2007, people were likening her to Princess Diana. They were like, she's the Princess Diana of the Middle East. She's
Oh, wow.
beloved and this, that, and the other. And then suddenly the tables, flipped, because if you go back to the Gulf War One, and even Gulf War Two, Syria was on our side and acting as a place of refuge. If, shall we say, behind the lines operatives, people that were going behind enemy lines and doing, communications cutting work, etc. The special forces were all told if they were in danger to head for Syria rather than head across the desert back to Saudi Arabia or somewhere, because that would be an impossible route. They'd have to walk through the army. So yeah, they all went through Syria. Syria was our friend, and then all of a sudden, it was around 2007, 2008, maybe a little before then. A geological survey found a large amount of oil under the Golan Heights.
Oh,
If you look into it,
That's a
they're
cobalt
projecting it
treasure.
as much. It's as much oil under the Golan Heights as Saudi Arabia had in the first place, untapped. And then all of a sudden ISIS cropped up, and all of a sudden Syria got torn to pieces, and all of a sudden the Golan Heights became the property of Israel, and something very, very hinky happened there. I'm just saying, oil changes people's attitudes quite a lot.
mm-hmm.
But Syria was friends with England, friends with America, and friends with Russia at the same time. It was a linchpin for peace in the Middle East, and then it became a war zone instead.
Oh.
Very, very sad.
Yeah, and now Germany doesn't want to give back the Syrians to Syria.
No.
Because, cheap wages. Hooray.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a mess.
It's horrible.
I used to have to do some because I was involved in data security where I was working, and I had Syrians there, and then all that nonsense cracked off, and we were sat there going, how do we do this without breaking racism laws? But we've got to ban all of these people from all of these different areas of work, and we can't say it's because they're Syrians. But it's exactly that reason.
Sometimes you have unfavorable correlations.
Yeah, sometimes politicians enact fucking stupid laws
Mm-hmm.
that cause all manner of problem. But at the same time, I'd got upper management in the company going, "Oh yes, let's put all of our data onto the Amazon cloud. That way, it will save us this much money."
Yes.
Dear God, no!
And,
Dear God, no! Don't do that.
and everyone will have your company secrets. Great idea.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we only make jet engines for military companies. You can't freaking do that.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, I've had such stupid security thing. Or I was in them, and I'm not deep in that. I'm just surface level. But no, this is not the right place to talk about that. But let's say a public service announcement. If you are working on secret stuff and at your home PC, do not use Wi-Fi keyboards and mice.
No. Don't use Wi-Fi at all.
What the hell?
But if you're doing working on secret stuff at home, have that computer completely disconnected from the internet and have a different computer for your internet browsing pleasure. If you must transfer data across from one to the other, use a USB stick.
Yeah, but I've run into some interesting things. People who did work for military research and stuff, and I was just, that's interesting.
Seriously, most of them are utter idiots.
Well, they're good at what they do, not necessarily how to take care of themselves.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of people that work in those sorts of fields that they're like chess masters. They're amazing, but they're not safe to walk the streets. They need someone to tie their shoelaces up. They're so busy in their head they will get run over crossing the road. Ooh, was ist das?
Gleichgeschaltete Presse.
Time to heal. Yeah, this is another one. It's like Build Back Better. You seen that? Everyone's suddenly going, oh, we're going to build back better after COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all using the same phrasing. I hate it when politicians all start using the same phrases.
It's slogans.
It makes me...
I hate slogans.
Yeah.
And it's like, what's it? It's Gaelic, I think? And originally meant Battle Cry of the Dead.
Gaelic?
Yeah, I think.
Really?
The thing they speak on the Irish island thingy?
Yes. In fact, an Irish friend of mine who I can hear shouting in my head. It's not pronounced Gaelic, it's pronounced Gwilge, apparently.
Go away! Eat a potato.
Which is the Gaelic way of pronouncing Gaelic is Gwilge.
To properly pronounce
dying.
Gaelic, do you need to have a potato in your mouth?
Basically. I love the Irish. They're great people. Extremely passionate. Quick to anger too. I've got time for that.
Yeah, but they're straightforward, and I like that. I rather have angry straightforward than snarky behind your back, but smiley in the front. I rather have quick to anger.
Yeah.
Not necessarily while I'm having a breakdown, that's not helping, but you know.
Here you go. I'm gonna dump this.
Oh, in regards to slogans, before you came on, I was talking with Undoomed about a tranny shit, and
Okay.
and this is one of these things, like the when people say, "Oh, it's like I feel like I'm being born. I'm born in the wrong body." That is a slogan, and the person whoever came up with it probably just didn't know how to articulate the problem better, and I understand that. But I believe it is way too inaccurate, and it leaves too much room open for misinterpretation. And what I mean with misinterpretation is that it allows for false self-diagnosis. Because all this says is, I do not feel fine with myself, which is the main narcissist, borderline, generally SJW problem. They don't like themselves, or they have the stereotypical idea they were taught by social justice, by feminism, about how they are supposed to be, and since they do not fit that stereotype 100%, they surmise that they must be trans, or just do not like, or they simply do not like themselves from the get-go, and they just want to get away from that which they do not like. While the dysphoria thing is a very clear thing. I know the direction I need to go in. I am here, I need to go there. And that's why I meditated about this for a long time to find the right words and to map out this feeling. The closest I got to, I think I talked with you about that before, is that it more feels like a very subtle full body phantom limb. And that makes the main difference. Yeah, and that makes the main difference, I think, between people who, and there will be a lot of people who will hate me for saying this. I think Ray Blanchard is not wrong when he coined autogynephilia as this paraphilia.
Yeah.
But I think he's missing a key thing, and this is the way I am describing my dysphoria here. Because there are people with the autogynephilia, and there are people who are basically just having a fetish, which in itself isn't a bad thing. But people who may seem like that, but also have this phantom limb thing going on. And those are the people who actually need treatment. And I think this is the tiny puzzle piece that's missing.
I mean, my experience of people, of trans people has increased significantly over the last couple of years. I think primarily because I've ended up friends with Scrump. But
I talked only a little with him.
I've experienced both types, yeah. Scrump's girlfriend and I are very, very good friends. Have been for a long time. Mm-hmm. And she is definitely someone that has dysphoria.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that they are properly, you know, a if you like, a woman trapped in a man's body, so to speak. Although, to be honest, it took me the longest time to work out that she was trans.
You thought it was just a woman?
Yeah, it was only until they were standing in a kitchen having a joke, and she laughed and threw her head back, and I saw just a slight Adam's apple, and I was like, oh.
Nice.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
And we get that online a lot. It's just and it was so interesting in the early 2000s when I got internet, because the rule back then was everyone on the internet is a guy. Every man is a man, every woman is a man, and every 12-year-old girl is an FBI agent. That was the rule.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Made things very simple.
That was it. Girl stood for guy in real life. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, made things very simple. And the odd thing is that with me and other people like me, we tended to get mistaken for females online naturally, without attempting it.
Yeah.
And it's just because of the chat style. It's very interesting. I found that always very interesting.
I mean, certainly, I mean, especially in things like early MMOs, for example. EVE Online, I used to play that a lot.
Yeah.
I had several characters in that. One of my alt characters was portrayed as being a female character. Because I knew damn well that I could, as this female character, drop into a chat, and as long as I wouldn't use my actual, it wouldn't be a voice chat, it would just be in text, and I would, just basically blag lots of crap off people that I couldn't get. People giving me money and items and blueprints for ships and all sorts of stuff, because it was, basically essentially playing on Sims, but it was gaming the system, and it was also, I used that character as a spy for alternate and well, it's EVE Online. The shady ops that went off in that game still do probably is untrue.
Yeah,
we were talking about this the other day. EVE Online is just crazy. Darth Vader interjects. And yeah, no, I would imagine someone that sort of comes across as very female would be as early days on the internet, because you actually do occasionally get actual women on the internet now.
Yeah, it was in my World of Warcraft time.
Yeah.
No matter what I played, even the male torrent druid, people thought I was a girl. And a friend of mine at the time, a girl, no matter what she played, everyone thought she was a guy until she joined the TeamSpeak, and they were and when they were going into a dungeon, and the random people were then completely surprised that she had a female voice. So it's just been the other way around. It's kind of interesting.
You just reminded me.
She was really pissed off.
Yeah, I bet. It just reminded me of a thing that happened to me. I was involved in very early beta testing of MechWarrior Online. And was actually in a little group within the early beta testers that had quite a lot of access to the devs and various other stuff. It was kind of cool. And during the development phase, we were sat there in this sort of little private, sort of closed TeamSpeak server that was available for the beta testers. And somebody came in, and they were refusing to go onto voice chat, even though they could hear stuff that they just didn't use their microphone.
Mm-hmm.
And they were. This actually sort of goes back to the beginning of you know, the Kotaku and action nonsense and Gamergate period of time, because this person was terrified that if they came on voice chat and showed their voice, people would recognize who they were.
Mm-hmm.
And that they were expecting to get you know, sort of a strong negative reaction.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, don't be stupid. You know, we're all friends here, and I don't care if you're female or male. We've got all sorts in the group. We're just here to help people actually get access to the game and work out how to play it, because it's got a bit of a learning curve in early days. And they were DMing me constantly, and I am almost certain it was one of these Anita Sarkeesian type characters that were going around in those days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost certain I ran into them, and yeah, because they were, oh no, I I can't tell you my name, I can't tell you this, otherwise, X, Y, and Z was happening, and it would happen, and I was just like, what nonsense is this? Just play the game. Don't worry. Everyone's gonna, no one's going to bully you because you're a woman playing a computer game. Look, my friend over here is female, and no. This is a male-centric game thing, and I will get attacked if people know who I am. And that's actually kind of what led me towards Gamergate and finding out about Gamergate, because I really didn't know about it until it was all over. Because I was literally too busy playing computer games. And yeah, no, that's your little sort of story there was, yeah, just reminded me of that.
I just found it always
often wondered
funny
who
and
it was.
interesting.
Yeah.
It was just, I always wondered, what is it about me? And how? So while all the time I was struggling with the dysphoria and trying to hide that I had any of these weird traits about me, yet people kept mistaking me for a girl online. And I couldn't puzzle it out. At some points I asked people, and they really couldn't say it. They all said, it's kind of a feeling, it's kind of a vibe you give. There's no fucking clue.
Maybe.
Yeah. Very,
Yeah, no,
very interesting.
certainly for the longest time, there was definitely it was a very male-dominated environment. It's not quite so much.
Yeah, I know.
now.
If you talk with Rose again, because maybe pitch this idea. And
Yeah.
And because I've talked with a lot of trannies, I've talked with a lot of false positives, or people I believe to be false positives, and this is the dividing line. The trannies, the ones with real dysphoria,
Mm-hmm.
everyone I've talked with so far, so which isn't 100 people, but it's a few, all of them had like their eyes light up, said, yeah, that's it. And all the false positives that seemed like ideologically possessed, otherwise narcissistic, having other issues. basically projecting it on this, or just being having socially contagion, being confused. They all denied it. They said, "No, that's not it. That I don't have that." And then we have this story that I heard on Usalu's server about this person, which is the
Yeah, I
the
know all too well.
which is the I never met that person. I just heard everyone talk about it, but this is the epitome of the story of someone who doesn't have it, then gets it for doubling down on I told everyone I'm trans for attention. Then I have to double down on taking hormones, and then in secret to the people who are on the server, complains about feeling discomfort with his or her, whatever, own body. Like not liking the developing breasts and all of that, but still doubling down because that person does not want to admit this publicly, to have made a mistake. And everything else sounded narcissistic, I was pitched. So, maybe wrong, I know this is an armchair diagnosis, but I've met so many of these people, the positives and the false positives. It just sounded like
I don't
101.
Yeah, I don't want to comment too much on it, because for a long time, Alana and I were very good friends. And that, yeah, things happened, and I are no longer friends. But yes, definitely has some issues. But you know, if they are watching this, I have no ill will to them, and wish them all the best in the future, and hope they feel better within themselves.
Yeah, I hope
But,
this turns out well, because if it doesn't, you will have a lifelong problem.
Yeah,
That's the main thing.
No, they had a few issues, and that whole episode, to be honest, I feel nothing more than just sadness over the whole thing, because you know what, they were a fun person for the longest time to hang out with. They were outrageous, a good laugh, good sense of humor, and yeah, we hung out quite a bit. And yes, there's a lot to that story that I certainly, I don't want to go into it anyway.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Certainly not in a recorded way. But,
Yeah.
I'll
bleep out the name at the end then.
Please. Yeah, no, they. It's a sad episode, but yes, I think largely your summation is probably accurate, and I think there was some real problems there with that person. They you know, to use the phrase that you just said, it makes you cringe. Yeah, they were not completely comfortable with who they were, and had decided on an action or a course that probably wasn't accurate, which is a shame.
Yeah, and it's with the false positives, it always sounds like for a metaphor, for visual. Imagine magnets.
Mm-hmm.
These people just want to get away from themselves. Anywhere, doesn't matter where. And that is also where you then get the ideas of these magical genders, because they just look for something to define themselves as that they are currently not. We, however, have an attractive force, an attraction to the goal we need to get at to feel comfortable. The exact point is there. So it's not just off in a random direction, but it's moving towards where we should be. Where we should be in the first place.
Yeah.
And I think that is the main difference. Also in how you can figure out through talking with these people to get a more proper diagnosis in talk therapy. Which is not done anymore properly. But, well, that's just my personal rambling, and yeah. And I'm getting the when I should give you pause, when I should take pause to let you talk, and when I'm talking over you because I didn't get what is a pause and what is just catching a.
Don't worry about it. The conversation works that way. People jump in, and if you're in the middle of saying something, I would, yeah.
Undoomed, are you
apologize.
still with us?
Yes.
Okay, I feared I bought you out.
Not quite yet.
Okay, you getting tired?
Yes.
Good. Good. We'll get you there. We'll get you there. Oh yeah, in that regard, I haven't shown you yet. I think I posted it to Trig, and I think he had an aneurysm. Just show you the short version of what I managed to do yesterday. I finished up some fucking insane piece of work. Where do I have it? Like
That was a pretty horrifying piece of. Well, it's not a horrifying piece of work. It's a thorough piece of work. But yeah.
oh god,
The
not just that. Oh, it's just a horrible version. Where's the? Because I mixed the link up with.
There you go. I'm just gonna shamelessly shill that in the background because that's.
Okay.
I did a Twitter thread about this. This thing that I was talking about earlier. This law that's going through the UK.
Yeah.
Undoomed. If you want to have a look at that, buddy. I am literally trying to get anybody that may have a voice to take a look at this, and
It's also the wrong one.
if they wanted to say something or pass it on to somebody else that can say something that's got an audience, please do, because trying to get Sargon or Dank or anyone to actually their DMs are always full of all manner of nonsense and from all manner of people. Trying to raise awareness of it, and by all means have a look, man. It's
Yeah,
that thread is
that bill just needs to die, and it needs to, nothing like this must ever happen.
yeah, no,
There can never be
if
a
this gets through,
justification in a free society. Your society is dead when this happens.
if this goes through, policing in the UK has always been policing by consent. The populace allows the police to police them. If this goes through, that concept is dead, and it is policing through force.
Yeah.
And through fear.
Yeah. And the
But
German
at that point
principle.
is, where's my country gone? real, I refuse to consent. I no longer wish to grill, etc. Memes start coming out, and who knows what we have to do to get it undone.
Undoomed, I think your camera accidentally turned on, but it's a black screen. Just informing you.
That happened, and that's exactly why I have my camera taped over.
Very good. Very good. The German principle on police always was, and hopefully stays, is the police your friend and helper. And that's how we grow up with police. And I've ran into some black sheep, sure. But most of the police here are absolutely wonderful, polite, kind, and some of them it hurts them in their very heart that when they can't do something about the very atrocious things that are happening right now. And it's not right. It's corrupt, but it's not the fault of the policeman on the street. And when the left goes on and complains about police brutality, I'm sorry, Germany does not have the problems that the US has. Not by a long shot. Not even remotely. And they just copied, they just blatantly, word for word, copied the slander of the US left and leveled it into Germany. When barely any shot is fired in Germany ever. And
doesn't it take about 3 years to become a police officer in Germany?
I'm not entirely familiar with the process, but it is very extensive training.
Yeah, because I know England is about a year, France is about the same. I know Germany's more than that, and America, depending on the state you're in, it can be about 6 weeks.
Yeah, that 6 weeks you can't be a proper police officer. That's just
No.
that's not gonna work.
And handing someone a gun after 6 weeks and then go out and,
I think this is
police your fellow man
I think
is
the
dangerous.
leftover of this Wild West deputy stuff that just traditionalized itself into this kind of short-term training. Would be my guess. Would be my blind guess. But yeah, police training here is very, very long, very thorough. And when the left says, oh, we should social workers let this do when people have psychological problems. Dude, when psychological problems arise here, you always have the emergency service right behind the police. The emergency service is accompanied by the police and vice versa. Because and when the emergency service is called for psychological problems, they always have to be accompanied by police. Because you don't know what that person's like, and when I hear your social workers should do that, bloody hell, I know social workers. 80 to 90% of those I've come into contact with are absolutely useless, absolute trash, and they couldn't handle a crying baby. I'm not exaggerating. Most of these people in the social worker industry shouldn't be in that. They are not psychologically fit for that in the first place. And they're supposed to handle tough situations and dangerous situations. That's insane. The policemen and women I have been in contact with, because I've had neighbors call the police on me for noise pollution. Because when I had a breakdown, I'm in a tremendous pain, and I call for help. Sometimes it's just pain, and they called the police not to help me, because it was an emergency. They called the police on me for noise pollution, which is a bit scummy. The police who was here, they were always kind, understanding, gentle. There was never use of force, even when I was still cramping. I have nothing to complain about the people who came here personally. There was one guy who wasn't very smart and who needed to assert dominance because his female partner was better at talking with me. I think that was the only thing.
Sure.
And another guy who was very, very strict, but even he. And he I don't want to talk too bad about him, because despite having problems to understand psychological problems, I explained to him the difference between physical and psychological pain. And this hard-ass, not very thinking, old-school policeman, he took a moment and thought about it, and he seemed to understand something that he never understood before. There was the vibe I got from him. So even this old hard ass was still very polite and accommodating. I can't complain about the German police. They're wonderful people.
That's how the English police was supposed to be. When as growing up, it was always, if you're ever lost or you need the time, ask a police officer. These days, it's sadly not the case. I don't know. Policing in the UK is a bit of a mess at the moment.
What I hear of the UK police is it sounds a lot like bullies on the schoolyard. They go for the people that they know won't retaliate much in any way, but they don't seem to go at the people who will retaliate.
Yeah,
that's the vibe I get from what I see on the news and on social media.
I can't remember where I got the study from, and I don't have it to hand. So it literally, I hate quoting unsourced stuff, but there was a psychological profile testing thing done on the British police quite a while back now, and they found that the psychological profile of the average police officer is almost identical from the psychological profile of the average British criminal.
Oh.
We've got the same guys doing the policing as doing the crime.
That can't work.
Well, if you want a criminal, if you want to catch a criminal, you've got to think like one, as the old saying goes. But
Yeah, but
we've got bullies in the police office.
yeah,
in the
let's
police.
be honest. Most police officers aren't doing investigation.
No.
Most police officers do stuff on the street, are sent to what's it? I don't know the English word right now. Missions.
Missions will do. Yeah.
Yeah, the people who do the investigation, that's a completely different job.
Yeah, that's CID, and they're well, we have problems with them. We used to have a serious crime squad, that actually got shut down, because it turned out that they were committing some very, very serious crimes, essentially, and it became the joke that name follows function, essentially.
Well, yeah, they're the people who best figure out how to do something and not be caught, I suppose, by getting all the experience by all the people who mess up and thereby learning what not to do.
Yeah.
It's a basic idea.
That went on. So yeah, no, we have a problem.
Mhm.
We have fucking many problems in the UK at this point. If I could, I'd wind it all back to the mid-80s. Start again.
Your reset.
Yeah, go back to Thatcher era UK and work it from there.
Yeah. I like your great reset much better.
It's not ideal. I mean, if I could, I would would wind it all the way back to the Whig Party, and start again, because
Ooh.
that was essentially the start of the libertarian movement, or where the libertarian movement in America.
Yeah, but then we'd have to go through all the socialism again and learn that it's a bad idea.
Yeah, this is the problem, as someone said
I
to
don't
me the
want
other
to go.
day. Is the Enlightenment led to socialism as well as other good things?
I'm not so sure about whether that is entirely true, but it certainly did not stop socialism.
No.
Maybe it accelerated it, but the ideas of socialism were always there, of communism. There were even in the early centuries of Christianity, there were Christian cults that essentially operated like communists, including the stomping down everyone who wasn't going to join them.
Oh yeah. Oh, very definitely.
Yeah.
Thing is, as long as communism is used sparingly in small groups and has no authoritarian leanings at all, it's not a bad way of running a shared house, for example, for students. So, even then,
it isn't. It doesn't go too wrong.
No.
However, that is a cell or a tribe, if you will. It will grow natural hierarchies, and naturally, and because it is required to grow them, because this little cell still has to interact in an economic fashion with the outside world or with other cells like it in order to get all the resources it needs to survive and sustain itself.
No.
Did you hear me?
It never works. Yes, yeah. No, I'm just thinking. Yeah, I think you're right. It is not a sustainable system. It never has been. Primarily because people are not equal. People have equal rights, but saying people are equal is ridiculous.
Yeah.
People are different heights. People are different strengths. People are different intelligences.
We all
People are
excel
more
in
sociable
different
than other
areas.
people.
The idea is we all excel in different areas, can focus on them, and the ones we are shit at are compensated by those who are better at them. And that's how we form a society that actually works together. If we were all equal, we would just be boring ants. And even ants don't have a classless society.
No, ants have an extremely hierarchical society.
Yeah, and ants are essentially. This is I don't remember which communist it was, who because of I think he's responsible for this whole mismatch, because he was obsessed with ant colonies, and wanted to model society after that, because everyone was just working together in this altruistic fashion for the greater good of the colony. And the mistake he made is that ants, if you look at it from an organism perspective, ants are not really... Undoomed, I'm getting feedback from you with... I hear Trig's voice.
I thought that was me.
Yeah. The problem with ants is, if you want to look at them as an organism, you would need to look at the colony as a whole as the organism ant. It's the same with many state-building insects.
Yeah.
Because you have different ant types are there for different jobs. The queen is as much a slave to the whole thing as she is the queen. She doesn't have any power over lording over the ants. She's the organ that reproduces.
Yeah.
So it's a full organism. So the equation wouldn't be humans have to be like ants, like individual ants. It's rather that every human individual is a colony of ants, because every ant is a cell of the body. And we have specialized cells in our bodies that form different organs for different jobs, and the human body in itself, when working properly, works along the fashion of the communist ideal, in a way. This one closed system.
Okay.
But it doesn't translate to individuals interacting with each other, like ant colonies between each other. If the colony is the individual, the colony doesn't interact with another ant colony in a communistic fashion.
No. It's quite an antagonistic fashion.
Yeah, except that one weird one they found in Britain, that Attenborough found in Britain, that spans a whole mountain range. That's a weird one. But a freak of nature, I'd say. Because on the other end of the scale, you have these super antagonistic fire ants in South America, I think. Okay. And they are eugenicists. Yeah. Absolute eugenicists. Bloody amazing.
South American fire ants. Oh, I'll have a look at this.
I think they had a special name because they're really amazing. The colony grows to a certain size until they come into contact with another colony, and then they are at war. One colony, of course, wins, and the failing colony has... They're not all killed. The failing colony is not killed. Other ant species do that, but this one doesn't. Okay. When the other ant colony of the same species is losing the war, its workers defect to the winning colony and are accepted in.
Interesting.
Eventually, the queen realizes, oh shit, my civilization round here game is over. I lost. Yeah. So the queen defects her own colony and moves over. The winning colony also stole larvae and eggs or whatever. So the queen defects to the winning colony. The winning colonies, as such, gather several queens, thus increasing its reproduction rate, which also means they need more resources, of course, to sustain that. And over time, when the colony notices, for example, there are not more enemies, we don't need to fight, we don't need war. Man, we have a lot of people, a lot of workers here, and we have a high reproduction rate. Man, do we really need all these queens? That needs a lot of resources. We need to kind of balance this out. So they start killing their queens. And you know what? They do not necessarily keep the original queen of that nest. They keep the queen that is genetically the best. So it can be the queen of a small colony they took over that remains and survives and prolongs the colony.
It's interesting.
It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. At least that's what's stuck in my head. I hope I did get it all right.
Yeah, no, that's... I mean, I wouldn't know. I'll have to look into that. That sounds wild.
Yeah, those are some very inclusive fascists.
Essentially.
Proper National Socialists.
National
Always
Socialist ants.
improving to breed the super ant. Or what is the Uber ant?
The Uber ants.
And they fight these tiny world wars on our sidewalks. It's amazing.
It's wild. That's
Yeah.
really interesting.
Yeah.
I will. I'll take that up with a friend of mine who's into genetics.
Yeah. Undoomed went off, so I can't bother him with the private stuff anymore, which is probably okay too.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
My God.
I
I'm so glad I'm done with that document. Holy hell.
yeah, I bet that looked like it was hard work.
And then that's just the it's mainly figuring out the never used parts of Office to just copy what I had written down by hand. But even every time I have to reread this, proofread it or something, it's just going through all the shit again, and that's not fun.
No.
Yes, JWs complain about PTSD and they don't fucking know what they're talking about. They're just hysterical. If they had real PTSD or CPTSD, which is what they induce in many people, they wouldn't be able to do the things they do. Honestly. If they had actual PTSD, they couldn't do the things they do.
Yeah.
So I have at least two things that these people make a joke out of and politicize.
Yeah. PTSD is
Pisses me
can
off a
be
little
very easily misdiagnosed. I know someone who was misdiagnosed with bipolar disorder.
Oh
I
God.
told you that, and they didn't. They had PTSD.
Yeah, how can you mistake these for one another? That makes absolutely no sense. Here they like to misdiagnose it with borderline disorder, which is completely different thing. I mean, borderline often has a trauma component to it, but come on.
Yeah, it's the classic joke of psychotherapists have practices because they are far from perfect, and they keep practicing until they are. And yeah, misdiagnoses in mental health in this country is a joke, but it's still young, I guess, in its early days. But what is this? Oh, he is offline.
Yeah, I'm more happy with that than when he ends up falling asleep in his chair, to be honest.
Yeah, fair enough. No, I'm thinking about it. It's I'm gonna have to go and get something to eat in a minute because it's
Yeah, I need to see the loo, as you call it.
yeah, it's 7 in the evening and suddenly starting getting pings. I don't know whether we're gonna end up doing this Wizards in Space thing tonight or not now.
I have another fun thing for you before we drop out. Was just sent this one here. It's about a German politician of the Green Party, and in that tweet from November 8, 2020, she complains about well, she doesn't understand how you can have nostalgia for airports. Flying is so the noughties, I think you call it, the 0 years of the millennium of the century.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, she's traveling all around the world.
Yes, and and she is the press secretary of the Green Party in Berlin. The Green Party. You know, the eco-fascists, and she's flying around into all these happy, illustrious vacation places.
Yeah, always the case. Always the case. Rule for thee, but not for me.
Let's see, can I put that up for a moment? I should. Just need to... Ba-ba-da-ba.
Yes. She's like these, like people like Bono and all of these freaking pop stars and media personalities. Oh, everyone's got to stop flying this, that, and the other. Sends private jet to go and pick up his hat from America to fly it over there, over to Australia. You know he did that, don't you? Bono. You know
We call
who
him
Bono is?
Bono. I never heard the English
Yeah.
pronunciation.
Yeah, no, Bono. He
Big
was.
virtual
I
signaler.
think he's doing a concert in Australia, and he'd left his favorite hat in America.
Mm-hmm.
So he sent his private jet back from Australia to America to pick up his fucking hat and fly it back.
When I hear things like that, I get a bit
like buying that
upset.
hat.
I get a bit upset when people complain about some of the more annoying quirks of autists.
Mm. I quite like autists personally.
Yeah. Well, depends on the artist, but
Mind
yeah.
you, I've been constantly surrounded by engineers most of my life.
I just mean there's some things we don't notice we do, or we really need to have done. It's a bit low version of OCD, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, no, that OCD sounds about right.
But something like Bono can allow for himself because he's just filthy rich is. I would understand an autistic kid just having a tantrum for a week because I forgot my hat, forgot a favorite hat. But you wouldn't fly all the way back to the US to just to fetch it.
He's in Australia. I mean, it's not like they don't have hat makers there. By the time he's fucking commissioned,
Isn't Australia Hatland?
there's yeah, they have very nice hats. In fact, I've got, where is it? Is it downstairs? Where is my Akubra? I've got a really nice hat that if I find it, I'm just gonna find it actually, because every time I put it on, everyone laughs and goes, "Good God, you look so Brokeback Mountain." It's untrue. Because it's a classic Australian cowboy hat. There we go. And I went through a phase of buying hats. And every time I wear them, people tell me I look absurd. So, I don't. But here's my Australian hat.
That looks fine. But
Yeah,
with
they
it
make
on,
good
you
hats.
remind me of someone I really dislike. At least you have better teeth.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is a real Akubra made with rabbit fur. It's rabbit felt.
Okay.
But yes.
Yeah.
This is a nice hat. Right, I'm gonna have to get myself something to eat because I'm freaking starving.
Last thing. So I'm recording this. If I put it up, I will have to edit a few things before, which will be horribly annoying. And finding timestamps is just fucking hell. I should take notes. Yeah. So I did it without face stuff because, well,
Sure.
I have a bit of issues there. If I ever put up the Tismcast stuff, that's done open anyway.
I'm probably going to do a face reveal online at some point in the very near future anyway, because
and
I've got nothing to lose now. Unless they freeze my bank accounts, which
and
in
I didn't want
theory
to.
they can't do.
Yeah, and I didn't want to take that from you. That's something you should do yourself.
No. No, I wouldn't mind. But it's just something I'm probably going to do soon. Mind you,
Yeah. Did you get a look into the Tismcast?
I looked at a bit of it. Yeah. I haven't had time to watch all of it. I've got so many freaking things. I've got 3 Alex Jones streams I want to watch. That I've got about 5 minutes into. because I was trying to watch the one with he was on tinfoil. Did you
Oh
see
yeah,
that?
that was super chill.
It was. I watched about 30 minutes of that and went, oh, I'll watch that tomorrow when I've got some time. And fucking YouTube deleted it. But I've tracked it down on BitChute.
Very good.
And whilst I tracked it down on BitChute, I found what I'm assuming is going to be real gold, which is an interview earlier this year with Alex Jones by David Icke. Do you know who David Icke is?
Oh, is that the Air Force guy?
No, David Icke was a British TV mogul in the 80s. He was a sports presenter, and you know he was all over British TV as just a general TV presenter for various things. And then one day he went totally bonkers, declared himself as the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, and claimed that the government politicians and the royal family were not human. They were actually lizard people wearing human skin.
Awesome.
And
Awesome.
that people should follow him because he could lead the world out of purgatory. And so the idea of the reincarnation of Jesus Christ doing an interview with the greatest prophet of the 20th century sounds like it's going to be freaking hilarious.
Yeah, that's something I want to watch. It's
I will
Damn.
get you the link. Hold on a second.
damn, it's something that makes happy.
Here we
It's just
go.
always it's just I don't know.
I can't. Oh, oops. I can't tell you whether it's going to be good. I haven't watched it yet. But if ever there was a podcast that was going to be utterly mad to watch, it's this.
This is the kind of madness that makes happy. I don't know why.
Yeah. No, I can watch Alex Jones all day. It's
Nowhere on TV do you get this kind of entertainment.
No.
And I think they're just jealous because they can't create something like that. I think they were close with Ancient Aliens. But have you ever watched that on the History Channel?
Oh, I haven't watched the History Channel. I don't watch TV.
I think the stuff is up on YouTube.
Here we go. There you go. Have my favorite shot of Alex Jones.
Yes, that one is beautiful. Where he looks like a scheming hamster.
Yeah. I sent that to a friend of mine who is a very, 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 very good martial artist, retardedly good martial artist, who looked at him and went, "Oh, he's so cute. Look at that. He's so chubby cheeks." I was like, Alex Jones and cute. Yeah, actually.
It's a strange mix. Yeah, but it looks great, especially in this new sci-fi studio that Joe Rogan has built. He looks like he's the alien. And he's just trying to warn us through comedy.
Someone said something the other day about Joe Rogan's new set, and I can't unsee it now. They were watching it and went, "Why has Joe Rogan set up his studio in a giant colon?" I was like, "Oh no!"
Also not wrong.
Big pink red tube.
Also not wrong.
Oh.
Yeah, but this shot looks a lot like it's very meme worthy. You drape him into some alien costume, like some robes.
Oh, yep. Well, I've got. Hold on a second.
Contraia.
I've got a couple of meme variants of it. Here we go. Here's the meme variant that I built, and there's another one that's very memeable. You just
great!
Stick whatever you like in a piece of paper or in the.
Oh, let me take those. I'll just.
Yeah. Those are great meme formats.
I'll try to add them all. Oh, that one's small. I think I'm killing my browser. You only have 20,000 tabs. What are you complaining?
How much memory do you have?
Not enough. Hey, browsers take up a gigabyte to have one tab in the first place, so why not have 20,000? Now my main problem
don't do what I do. I have Chrome, Chromium,
Okay.
Brave, Firefox, Opera, the freaking new Windows thing that's built in, and Safari all on my computer, and they all do different things because I do use different browsers for different things.
What's new about that?
Nothing. I mean, it's just good practice as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
You know, you don't
just tell me
don't
to not
cross
do that,
accounts.
but that's what I do, and I'm confused now.
But well, what you don't do is you don't want them all open at the same time because your computer has a freaking embolism, or mine does anyway. You have 40 tabs open in 5 different browsers.
Oh. I wonder if you get
And
get
what-
just deleted for having Alex Jones pictures on your screen.
No.
So this is 1. We get number 2. I'm not used to this to OBS UI yet. It can be annoying. It's slow.
Which OBS are you using?
The
OBS
standard thing.
Studio.
The standard thing.
Yeah.
And there are some
You've
some
got it
basic
open
things
with
I haven't
2
figured out
windows?
yet.
Because I'm not bad with OBS, but I'm not gonna claim I'm particularly good. I just get other people to make resources for me because usually I end up streaming for a few people now
Mm-hmm.
because I've got a good connection. They send me a stream key and the resources, and I build it up and just bung it out.
Who could resist that smile?
I know, right?
I don't care what he says. It must be the truth with that smile.
He's absolutely adorable. One of these days, I must get within handshake distance of Alex Jones.
You just want to know
Yeah.
if it feels like a real hand.
He and I, I'm sure, could talk conspiracy theories forever, but I would end up sounding just as nuts as he does. I'm serious. I've been chasing the Illuminati for the longest time. I was sat there in the frickin' 90s telling people about the Bilderberg organization, and they were like, "What are you talking about? No, there's not a cabal of technocrats ruling the world." And they've got a fucking website now. Literally a public website because people like Luke Rudowski kept on fucking chasing them down and publicizing them. I've been banging on about that. Yeah, if I'd been broadcasting, I would have back in the 90s. I would be the English Alex Jones by now. But I didn't. I decided to be a corporate shell and be a businessman. I hated every minute of it, to be honest. Right. Right. I'm gonna have to go though.
Yeah,
'cause my stomach is tying itself in knots.
Still, you didn't give me feedback yet.
Oh. On your
Yeah, I mean,
your thing.
probably just got half an hour in or something.
On your Tismcast, yeah. No, I'd seen some of it. You know what? It looks good. I'm
cool.
not going to give you a full feedback because it was oh, watch this, and then someone DM'd me and I
when
watched
you
a bit more. But
full feedback
no,
when you got through it.
you really should be streaming more.
Fuck.
Is
Everybody keeps telling me that. Fuck you.
I tell this to everybody, right? And everybody.
Okay, then it has no worth.
No, it doesn't. If you want to have a voice, yeah, use it. If you feel like streaming, then frickin' stream. The amount of people, oh, it's too late. The YouTube bubbles burst.
No,
and
that doesn't matter.
Nah. It's like everything. You can't go, oh, it's all been done before.
No,
therefore
you
I
start
won't.
when you start.
You start when you start. It's never too late. And if you've got a voice, use it, and you do. You're intelligent. You know what you're talking about.
Not according to
Use
the
it.
IQ test.
More people. Yeah.
Yeah, but
More
I'm,
people
I,
need.
I keep talking. I keep talking down. That's I should stop doing that. And it's gallows humor coping. Anyway, yeah, it's just been the health that's been keeping me back, and it's all.
Sure.
It's all pisses me off because my mind is just full with this horrible monster you saw yesterday,
Yes.
and that's just
Yes.
that's the tip. That's the snowflake on the tip of the iceberg.
Oof.
Ah.
Oof.
So um I need to somehow make it well through through the rest of this year, which will be very, very, very tough. After that, yeah,
Cool. Cool. Well, I don't know if I'm
I
going to be able
because
to.
I hate to start things that I can't keep to, that I can't finish. That's what I hate.
No, fair enough. Well, I won't be around tomorrow if you want to chat, because well,
Hmm.
either tomorrow or Tuesday.
Hey,
Without going into too much details, I've got a good friend of mine who has been seeing another good friend of mine for a long time. That relationship seems to be on the rocks, and she is in a very, very bad place. And I might need to
yeah, focus on
to
that.
drive for, about 4 or 5 hours and rescue her from a
Mm.
place and bring her back here for a
Yeah,
day or two.
don't say too much. And
It's a mess, and if I think about it too much, I get very, very angry because the way he has treated her makes me want to go over there and
yeah,
punch him on the end of the nose
yeah,
quite
and
hard.
dude, I'm really honestly, I am happy to hear that you are someone who does things like that, because that's what I've been
Yeah.
missing here. And yeah, well, it's a blessing when there's someone like that, because you can't
No,
expect that
I
to
am
be. You can only hope, and sometimes you don't
for
have
my
time. You don't have time to hope.
mm, for my sins. I have become sort of internet dad for a bunch of people. Not jokingly, of course. It was just a comment on the age difference between some of them and myself. But yeah.
Well, you got the reliability that lots of people seem to lack. That's the difference. And that's what makes that.
You know, I try to lead, but from the front, lead by example.
Yes.
Make sure that the people go, you know what, if Trig can do that, then that's an example to follow. And if someone needs help, and they are within reach to assist, I will, you know, if they phoned right now and went, dude, I need you to come and pick me up, I'm in trouble. I would be in my car down to the petrol station, filled up and gone, and I'll drive 3 or 4 hours. And you know,
That's awesome.
what the hell, you
That's
know?
awesome.
If nothing else, it's an adventure.
Yeah, exactly.
I've lived a very mission structured life, and I still do.
Yeah.
It's just another
You
mission.
just need to watch that altruism of yours, that it doesn't bite you in the ass. But you seem like the guy who, if that ever happened before, you might have learned from it already.
Yes, ish. What I won't let happen is I won't let bad experiences stop me from being the person I want to be, and I want to be that good guy. Not the knight in shining armor freaking
Yeah.
archetype exactly, but certainly if someone says I need help, you know, I'm a good guy to, you know, I can jump in a car and I can be there, and if they need someone punching, I can punch them. If they need rescuing, I can rescue them. If I have a lot of skill sets that can be helpful in emergency situations.
That's
I
great
mean,
to hear.
even down to the fact that, you know, if needs be, I can set up a blast furnace and start rebuilding society.
Very important. Very important.
I'm not even fucking. In fact, here, let me give you a link.
No, I'm not kidding.
I have a link here which I've been throwing at as many people as I can, because it's a website that is just PDFs. and
One of these survival guide thingies for preppers.
it's a prepper site. Yeah, totally.
Okay.
There's no making guns and making bombs type nonsense in there. It is just literally, this is how you can make fertilizer. This is how you weave. This is how you can
The
set up a
important
blast
stuff.
furnace.
The important stuff.
Yeah, that site there can get society back on its feet after an apocalypse.
Yeah. When an apocalypse happens, people will want the guy who knows how to fix a roof.
Yeah, yeah. Or can
That's-
literally turn rocks back into metal so that we can actually
Yeah.
start building stuff again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything. If I don't have it in my head, I've got access to it, and I've downloaded that whole freaking site.
Oh, what will we do without MMORPGs?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Teach you the grind.
what
Right.
was the closing thing I wanted to say? I just still had it. Damn. Right. Hey. I think I'm gonna get through tomorrow quite okay. I've had
Okay.
2 awesome people to chat with all day
Mhm.
today. And yeah. So batteries charged up a little bit.
Cool.
Maybe
Cool.
I still want to get 2 smaller things done because I want to get the momentum going that I have from this bigger thing, this bigger document. It usually lasts a few days and before I drop back into the abyss. Every time I get something big done, it's like there's a little bit of weight off. But then that headspace is very quickly being taken over by all this PTSD shit because that shit wants to be processed. And it can't be. And it's bigger than my capacity. And that is what I believe makes this huge drop in IQ performance right now. Because a drop of 20 to 30 points is not natural. That's not natural.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
And
I mean, IQ shifts a little with time of day and even time of year.
yeah, and
so-
with age, but not deviations.
No, not several standard. No, that's yeah. That's wild. Hmm.
6 months I had a free brain. 6 months. It was magical. Seriously, I couldn't believe what my brain was doing. But that's a topic for another time.
Indeed.
You
Indeed.
You are hungry and I need to relieve myself of processed food.
Fair enough.
So
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm freaking starving. Gotta go and make myself some ramen or something.
yeah, I'll need to figure out how to bleep things out from this thing. That oh god. Could you just all shut your mouths?
No, I will not be silenced.
Good.
Don't worry about.
But now I have to
it.
silence you
But,
for
yeah.
your own protection.
As I said to Undoomed, it's like no, I refuse to admit defeat. I will not. Until they burst through the door and stick that bag over my head, I'm fed up
Yeah.
of losing.
Oh, they
fed
will
up
for
with the
not properly sorting your trash. Or for trying to throw out your trash in your own yard during Corona lockdown. Like that one video.
Freaking darn, the police in this fucking country. Corona is it's been a wet dream for a lot of bullies
Yep.
masquerading as police,
Yep. It's very
kicking
sad.
people out their own front garden. Christ almighty. They no longer consent. I'm legit at that stage. If this law goes through, every single state official becomes a potential mortal danger. How do you consent to that?
The way every broken, brainwashed victim of psychological abuse consents. By Stockholm Syndrome.
Some syndrome, exactly.
And I refuse to yield to my abusers. Fucking hell.
Good.
Fucking hell.
Good. Well, here's to us for being fucking belligerent. Because belligerence wins. Belligerence is the enemy.
Hopefully. Everything has limits, but yeah,
Mm.
keep on as long as you can. Figure out strategies. There are strategies to deal with PTSD until you get therapy. There is therapy for it that truly does resolve it. It's just hard to get because very few people employ it and they are completely overrun with patients.
Yeah.
Waiting lists that are many years long. So, you need to pull through. And hopefully you get justice in the meantime.
Indeed.
Those are
Don't let
two very
bastards
important
get-
things. Anyway,
Yeah.
now I failed to end on a light note.
Well, let me do this instead. It's always been a pleasure. Always a pleasure talking to you. And once again, it's been another pleasure. And we've had Undoomed to chat with, and I love that guy. He's great.
Yeah.
So,
Was a nice surprise, right?
yeah, absolutely. I was just like, oh, Undoomed's there? And because I was just sat in Cabal waiting for Uzlu to sort his shit out whilst watching West Stream. What was it, Subnautica? So I was, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, done. Pum, missed your chance, Uzlu. Okay.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It
knows?
said you
Maybe
talked
on
with the
tomorrow.
German tranny that he keeps making jokes about. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
And
Fair, Uzlu
now
makes jokes about.
I big circle
Mm-hmm.
comes together. Started with Undoomed. I end with you. This is especially fun
Indeed.
because and this is why we did this dry run with the recording, because I don't have the streaming privileges yet. I think on YouTube you need some minimum amount for that. Because on the stream with Rose, it was mentioned that Undoomed was supposed to come on.
Yes.
I thought,
Yeah.
fuck, I keep talking with him all the time and now another tranny gets him first on his show. Fuck you. I need... No! I need to do this first.
A substitute dev and a substitute Undoomed about 3-4 times in the last 2 weeks.
Aww.
It's okay. Their loss. It's kicked me in the ass. It's got me in Scrump streaming, and touch
Oh, wait.
wood. We're not. If we keep up what we did the other day. In fact, let me just quickly look how far we've got with it. I've got a feeling we've already clocked up close enough views. I think we basically need to do about 3 or 4 streams to get the sort of views we've got, and we can look at monetizing the channel. That would be hilarious if we managed to do that quickly, because I spent basically a year streaming a couple of years ago. Never got more than about 50 views. But at
Have
that
you
point,
seen-
I was new to the YouTube game. I didn't realize that actually there's a good deal of networking involved in this game.
Yeah. On that note, have you seen the views on this secret Tismcast video I sent you?
No, I haven't. 'Cause I haven't
It's
got
just
it open at the moment.
it baffles me. It baffles me.
Good views, was it? How many was it? I don't have it open at the moment.
I don't know from the top of my head. It's just that it shouldn't be like that on a video that was only given to a few people in private to give feedback to.
Where is it? I can't find it now.
I'm too lazy to look it up.
So much stuff. There we are. Yeah, 81 views. No, not bad. Not
It's
bad
at
as an
81?
unlisted. Yeah.
This never went public.
So I'm kind of jealous because some of my best streams I did a couple of years ago never got past about 30 viewers.
Oh, fuck.
Um,
You can't be jealous of that. Fucking hell.
no, I'm not.
No, I really can't believe that. No one knows about this. Nobody knows about this. I think we send it to like, maybe 10 people.
Oh right, okay. That's wild numbers in that case.
Mm-hmm.
So let's have a look at how much the stream I've got.
And it's
You know
why
what,
I.
fucking hell.
That's why I
Fuck.
keep. That's why I now keep asking people I have some respect and value for some honest feedback, because I'm really bad with positive feedback.
Mm.
So thank you.
491 views. 491 views on that stream. That was brilliant. Okay, that's a first stream on a dead channel, and we got 491 views. See, this is. It helps having a friend who is a well-known personality who can
And
draw it.
never give up your dead channels either, like someone we know.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
It's the mind of an artist. He has the mind of an artist. Not necessarily a successful one, but it's the mind of an artist. Because all artists I know think like he does.
Yeah, he gets an idea and he runs with it on the spot, and doesn't double check whether it's a good or a bad idea.
Yeah. Hey, let's do this thing and burn those bridges. And why is everything burned down?
You know, if it's a case of, you know, when you land your army on a foreign shore, burn your boats so your army doesn't think it can run off. There's something to be said for that, but at the same time,
it's at the same time it's an all or nothing move.
Yes.
And there are moments where that is the right move, and there are moments where it's not.
Yes.
And there was because he got so lost in some of the terminology that he's obsessed with right now. That I wanted to it was Enix's idea to make a response video to one of his really dumb ideas, and yeah, we couldn't. He doesn't have the time. I don't have the brain currently to figure out the software, so sadly we dropped that idea for now. Would have been fun.
Mm.
I know he means well. And
He says so. Well. He'll do fine.
He just says such dumb shit sometimes. I mean, we all do, and that's why we all should talk with each other, to just tell each other, hey, dude, have you thought about that? Hey, here's a better articulation for the idea you want to convey. Is that maybe better? Oh yes, thank you. It's mainly just misarticulation. Because all our languages are limited in different ways.
Oh yes, I'm not going to get into that one on this time, because I can be talking about limitations of language quite a while.
Good. Take a note. Take a note for next time.
Indeed. Anyway,
I know you won't.
You know what? I'll prove you goddamn wrong right now. Okay, so.
I don't trust anyone anymore when they say they will do something. So one thing this party taught me, and the trauma taught me.
Yeah.
You just have to put your finger into that sore spot, and then maybe.
Yeah, I've put it in our chat.
All right.
Done.
Beautiful. We will fill it with so much stuff that it gets lost and we won't ever find it again. Just as it should be.
Of course.
Just as it should be.
But I did say I would write it down, so there we go. We've done that.
Promise fulfilled.
Indeed. Right.
All right.
A pleasure
As you can see,
I will catch you soon.
I'm bad with goodbyes. They take an hour.
Same. I'm so easy to sidetrack onto another conversation.
Yeah, and my bladder's about to explode. So, goodbye.
All right.
Have a
Take
good
care.
night.